Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I extend a very warm welcome to you all in joining this online conference on Buddhism on the theme of transformations of figures and themes in Buddhist literature from India to Japan. My name is Taichi Watanabe, Program Officer at Vivekananda Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo. It is my honor to serve as MC for part of this program. This program is being held in partnership with Otani University, which was selected by Embassy of India, Tokyo as the co-organizer of this online conference. As this university is one of the oldest and most revered institutions for Buddhist studies in Japan. Today's program will be held as a precursor to the first ever Global Buddhist Conference being organized by the Government of India in January next year. This is set to become an annual feature. In the run-up to the Global Buddhist Conference, regional conferences will be organized in India in the cities of Telangana, Sarnath, Gangtok, and Dharamsala, as well as in Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and Cambodia. Before the commencement of the main program, I would like to humbly request all audience members to make sure their microphones are turned off at all times during this session. Also, unauthorized recording of the program, including video, audio, recordings, and screenshots, is prohibited. Now to begin this program, Buddhist Education Center, Otani University, will perform a special Buddhist chant to inaugurate the session. I would now like to invite Professor Shobharani Das of Otani University, our academic partner, to give us an introduction.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. I'm Shobharani Das from Otani University. So as the inaugural ceremony, we are going to have a Buddhist chanting according to the Jodoshin sect of Japan. And it is one of the most popular sect here. So, our university is based on the principles of this sect of Buddhism. So it is called Gongyo, and we are going to have 3 chantings here. And one is Sankhya, the 3 Sarana.
You will introduce Ambassador, isn't it?
3 Sarana. So Buddhang Saranam Gacchami, Sanghang Saranam Gacchami, and Dhammam
After
Saranam
Buddhist
Gacchami.
chanting, I will invite you to introduce Ambassador. Is it? No.
And
Okay, no problem.
Please switch off your, Mr. Watanabe, could you please switch off your mic? Could you please mute it? Yeah. So we are going to have 3 sarana, that is the 3 refuges, Buddhang Saranam Gacchami, Sanghang Saranam Gacchami, and Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. And then we will have the Sankhya, Thambutsuge, the verses in the praise of the Buddha. So it is the verses in the larger Sukhavati Vyuha in which Dharmakara Bodhisattva praises the Tathagata Lokeshwara Raja. The first verse is given below. It is a translation from of Land of Bliss by Professor Louis Gomez, and I'll just give you, because of the shortage of time, just the first verse here. And you can, if you are interested, you can find the entire translation from our website. We will provide the link in the chat later. And your light is immeasurable, your understanding endless and incomparable. No light in this world can outshine you. Neither the splendor of the sun, nor the luster of the precious stones, nor the splendor of Mount Sumeru, not the light of the moon. Shine in this world like your blazing light. So, next to it, we will have the chanting of echo. It is the parinamana, the transfer of merit. So it is chanted at the end of a Buddhist chanting ceremony to transfer the merit obtained from the chanting to offer it to all the sentient beings. Thank you so much. And please mute your microphone during the chanting. Sorry, I have to introduce. It will be chanted by the members of our Buddhist Education Center of Otani University, and led by Reverend Makoto Ichiraku, who is the professor in the Department of Shin Buddhist Studies, and Reverend Masatoshi Fujiwara. He is the associate professor in the Department of Shin Buddhist Studies, and our two members from our Academic Services Division, Reverend Manabu Yamazaki, the section chief, library and museum, and Reverend Mizuki Shinozuka, Academic Services Office.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. 人人の空語外で無名欲ぬ生存読む因の心子因徳無力君古代知恵人名公明意祖神道大戦万がサブ最小法カド生じイウゲダ不正上位愛に生じ行政三昧知恵以上合成特部右行志願一切空空イサ大安慶始ウ部百千億万無量大小中量五者無用一切地と勝負不尿具の検証不尿五者勝負正解無不可け無修正の法名失笑変死小国行政生じ偉人難量量がサブ国土第一五種奇妙道場徴税国領内容任務闘争あと愛民東大一切実法来所新年少女伊藤が国経楽安の法部神妙税が新書発願王妃力少小欲実法生存知恵無下上領子孫自我信用軽量心死食読中家業精進因住不
A big thanks to Buddhist Education Center, Otani University, for conducting Gongyo to inaugurate the session. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, to give his speech to inaugurate this online conference. Sir, if you please.
Thank you very much, Watabe-san. Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, President of Otani University, Venerable Dr. Dhammapia, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, the President of Indian Council for Cultural Relations, will be joining us in a while. Konnichiwa to all of you. Namaskar. It is a pleasure for me to welcome all of you on the occasion of this conference with the theme of Buddhist literature from India to Japan, transformation of figures and themes, jointly organized by Embassy of India and Otani University in Japan, and supported by the Indian Council for Cultural Relations and International Buddhist Confederation. On this occasion, let me pay my sincere tribute to the late Dr. Shakti Sinha, who, as a Director General of the International Buddhist Confederation, was instrumental in holding this conference. His sudden and untimely demise has left us shocked and is a huge loss for all of us. May his soul rest in peace. The edifice of India-Japan relationship is erected over the shared values and close historical bonds forged on the anvil of Buddhism. Both cultures have given the utmost importance to the virtues like compassion, equality, justice, and fraternity. India-Japan partnership has witnessed many exchanges in the past centuries, the most important of which is the arrival from India in the 8th century of the Buddhist monk Bodhisena for the eye-opening ceremony of the great Buddha statue of Todaji in Nara. Our cultural close propinquity extends to Shintoism too, which shares various characteristics with Indian culture. Bilateral cultural interactions have further intensified in recent decades. In today's world of uncertain times and conflicts, it has become all the more important to build world peace through developing tolerance for different cultures and religions. The Embassy of India in Japan is celebrating National Unity Week during these days, and we realize that it is of utmost importance to understand the Buddhist philosophy of interdependence and apply the wisdom of Buddhism to extend understanding through learning of religious beliefs of others and through direct contact and dialogue. It is important to note that the Buddha's struggle was to establish a society where all human beings could live with dignity, irrespective of their birth, caste, class, sex, and religion. He wanted a society free from violence, discrimination, and ethnicity, and religious and professional opportunity. His vision for society, which existed in the 6th century BCE, is still relevant to our society in the modern world. In the present situation of the corona pandemic, Buddhism has a lot to offer the affected and afflicted society because, according to Buddhism, when dealing with illness and health, the mind, emotions, and body must be dealt with in an integrated manner. Buddhism is emphatic on the inseparable connection between the mind and body, the complex interactions that take place between thoughts, body, and outside world. Further, the Shakyamuni Buddha and Buddhism have always been socially engaged and egalitarian in their approach to alleviating the sufferings of the people. The present situation can be combated suitably by imbibing the sublime teachings of Buddhism in order to establish universal brotherhood, which is also rendered as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the earth is one family, in the ancient Indian literature, and improve personal and societal well-being. It is a pleasure for the Embassy of India in Japan to organize this online conference in association with Otani University in Kyoto, supported by ICCR and IBC for the first time. And we are looking forward to strengthening this relationship in the future by organizing many more such events. The Buddhist message of metta, which is benevolence, karuna, which is compassion, mudita, which is emphatic joy, and upekha, which is equanimity, are of timeless universal value to maintain peace and harmony in the society, and such scholarly events guide us by highlighting the true essence of Buddhism. I believe today's deliberations would enlighten us, encompassing the various dimensions of the focal theme of the conference. Once again, please accept my warm greetings and best wishes for the success of the event. Namaskar, domo arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sir, for your delightful speech. To introduce our next speaker, may I now request Professor Shobha Rani Dash to introduce Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, President of Otani University.
Thank you, Mr. Watanabe. So I'm now going to introduce our President, Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi.
Okay, namaste. Hello. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Namaste. My name is Yasu Sikigosi, President of Otani University.
I'm going to introduce now Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, the President of Otani University, and he is not only our President, but he himself is an eminent scholar of Shin Buddhism and a professor at the Department of Shin Buddhist Studies also. He is a trained priest of Shin Buddhism, Otani sect, and has devoted himself to the study of Buddhism in theory and practice as well. He specializes in the field of Shin Buddhism, religious studies, interactive research with Christianity. His research primarily deals with the philosophy of Shinran, the founder of the Shin Buddhism, that is the true Pureland Buddhism in Japan. Professor Kigosi's research may be summarized as: one is from the Meiji period to the early Showa period, the teachings of Shin Buddhism encountered with modern thoughts of the West and received a great impact. His research examines the impact, especially focusing on the issues related to understanding the Pure Land. And second point is through interactive research with other religions, especially of Christian theologians. His research examines the contemporary and social meaning of religions and consider the uniqueness and potential of Shinran's thought in modern times. And the third one I may summarize as the clinical Buddhist research. So now I would like to request our Honorable President, Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, to say a few words on this great occasion. Sensei dozo.
Thank you. Namaste. My name is Yasu Sikigosi. Respected His Excellency Sanjay Kumar Verma, Honorable Ambassador of India to Japan, respected Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, President of Indian Council for Cultural Relations, respected Venerable Dhammapir, Secretary of International Buddhist Confederation, respected Mr. Mayank Jash, Deputy Chief of Mission Embassy of India in Japan, respected Professor Siddharth Singh, Director, Vivekananda Culture Center, Tokyo, and respected panelists and dear online participants from different parts of the world, and my colleagues. Dear all, greeting from Kyoto, Japan. I welcome you all to this Buddhist conference, Transformation of Figures and Themes in Buddhism, Buddhist Literature from India to Japan, jointly organized by the Embassy of India in Japan and Otani University, and supported by Indian Council for Culture Relations and International Buddhist Confederation. The relationship between Japan and India, especially with the focus on Buddhism, is ancient and deep. Buddhism was introduced to Japan in the mid-6th century. Since then, Buddhist temples and research institutes have been established one after another as a national undertaking, and Japan has become one of the leading Buddhist countries in Asia. Japan absorbs diverse cultures. In addition to traditional religions, Christianity and other religions also enter the country, but even so, it is Buddhism from India that is most deeply ingrained in the Japanese culture and the Japanese mind. In Japan, currently, there are two major academic societies related to the study of Buddhism. One is the Japan Society for Buddhist Studies, which was founded in 1928. Its official name is Nippon Buddhist Research Association, in Japanese, Nihon Bukkyo Gakkai. And the other is the Japan Society for Indology and Buddhology, founded in 1951. Its official name is the Japanese Association of Indian and Buddhist Studies, in Japanese, Nihon Indogaku Bukkyo Gakkai. The former is an association of several Buddhist universities and national universities having Indian philosophy departments, while the latter is an academic society with thousands of individual researchers studying Buddhism and Indian philosophy. As one of such institutions engaged in the scientific research of Buddhist studies in Japan, it is a great pleasure that Otani University has been able to cooperate in this joint venture. Today is an auspicious occasion as this conference is held in celebration of 75th Independence Day of India and 70th anniversary of Indo-Japan diplomatic relationship. I'd like to congratulate all my Indian friends on this occasion. Otani University celebrated the 50th anniversary of Indo-Japan diplomatic relations for 3 days with the Indian Cultural Festival, while His Excellency Aftab was the ambassador. We would have loved to celebrate this time too, but because of COVID-19, it was not possible. But I am happy that we are celebrating that today in a different way with academic flavor. I'm thankful to the Embassy of India in Japan to give us this great opportunity. In the future, it is expected that we will deepen exchanges with India focusing on Buddhism in cooperation with many fellow researchers and other universities. And Otani University would like to cooperate as much as possible. Thank you all once again, and I remain here with all my best wishes for a successful conference. My colleague, Professor Dash, will show you some slides of the cordial relationship of Otani University with India. We have had a long and deep history of friendship. After that, let's start the conference, which will be our new opportunity to interact with each other. Thank you very much. And please, Professor Dash.
Thank you, Professor Kigosi, for your kind address. And just give me 1 second to share the screen with you. On this great occasion, I would like to show some slides that reminds us actually a very friendly and how should I say, memorable past, but that past we want to take forward. So we just want to share some photos with you. And Otani University is an academic institution beginning in 1665. It was established as a small seminary by the Higashi Honganji denomination of Shin Buddhism. Subsequently, it was recognized as a modern university in 1901, having wider academic disciplines. And now it has 4 faculties with 9 departments, offering master's and doctor's courses as well. So here you can see this building, this left side building that was built in 1913. So it is one of the oldest part of the university. We are still having that. And in the right side photo, you can see the a combination of tradition and modernity. I can say our new building is, you can see, with lighted up. So here we can see Kabiguru Rabindranath Tagore. He visited Otani University in 1924. So I don't need to introduce Kabiguru Rabindranath Tagore. So 日本語ではタゴール氏とおっしゃいますけれども、皆さんご存知かと思います。We are really honored by his visit. And here, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first president of India, he visited us in 1958. And not only that, Otani University feels proud that an honorary PhD degree was conferred on Dr. Rajendra Prasad that time in 1958 in September. So you can see him with a clerical robe here and giving, addressing the university and other dignitaries that time. And below that, you can see the PhD degree conferred to him. And in 1960, then we had the great opportunity that His Excellency C.P.N. Singh, the Ambassador of India to Japan, he kindly also visited Otani University, and he has been also conferred with this honorary PhD degree. And you can see in the right side is receiving the PhD degree, and the PhD degree photocopy you can see here below that. And in 1968, His Holiness Dalai Lama also visited Otani University. And Otani University, academically, it is well known for having the Tibetan Peking edition Tripitaka here. So he visited and had used those and gave a talk, and he used the manuscripts and all these things. And we are having a great collection of palm leaf manuscripts, not only from not only this Tibetan one, but more than 1,000 from Southeast Asia, particularly of Thailand. And I just on some other occasion, I would like to introduce that to you. And in 2000, Ambassador of India to Japan, His Excellency Aftab said, he visited. If I remember, I was still that time a student, and if I remember, I think he visited us 3 times and delivered lectures on Indian history and Buddhism and many other things. And it was this time that, as our president said, that we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Indo-Japan diplomatic relationship. So he's here with Professor Ogawa Ichijo, our president of Otani University that time. And in 2004, we have the great opportunity to have with us His Excellency M.L. Tripathi. And that time we inaugurated one photo exhibition of Mr. Benoit Bell, Indian filmmaker. So Jihi no Asiato, Indo no Bukkyo Iseki to Geijutsu Isan, Footsteps of Compassion, the Buddhist monuments and art heritage of India. So almost about 3 weeks it was exhibited here. And during that time, Mr. R. O'Neill, the Consul General of India, Osaka Kobe, also was there, and Professor Sensho Kimura, the president of Otani University of that time. They are, you can see the inaugural ceremony in the right side of the photo. And then in 2010, we had Mr. Bikas Swarup, the Consul General of India, Osaka Kobe, and actually he also visited 3 or 4 times, if I remember, and we really enjoyed having many joint collaborations that time. And due to the shortage of time, I cannot show you everything, so it is just one of his lectures, and we screened the Slumdog Millionaire that time also. And here you can see Professor Sensho Kimura, President of Otani University, and Mr. Bikas Swarup together in the right side. And just this will be the last one. And actually, not only it is on this Indian Embassy or Consul General's office or the Otani University, but our students are also very much engaged in this Indo-Japan cultural exchanges programs. And we have a study tour to India entitled The Religion and Culture of India, that is organized almost every year, which is a part of the academic curriculum. And with an average participation of 25 to 30 students from different faculties and departments. So in the study tour, the students visit the important places, particularly related to Buddhism, but not limited to it, and experience the multicultural aspects of India. During the study tour, the students' cultural exchange program with an Indian university is organized. Till now, it was held with the cooperation of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, and in 2019, we were there in Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath. So actually we have many more, as I said, but we have many things to share and many things to know today. So I would like to stop it here. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you, Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, and thank you, Dr. Dash, for the explanation as well. I would now like to request Professor Siddharth Singh, Director of Vivekananda Cultural Center, to introduce our next speaker, who will be Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation. Singh?
Am I visible? Something. We have a meeting. Listen to the meeting. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry to get disappeared for a while because of some technical issues. Minasan konnichiwa. Sing tomoshimasu. Indo Taishikan no Indo Bunka Center no Shocho desu. I'm Professor Siddharth Singh, Director of Vivekananda Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo. It is a great honor for me to introduce Venerable Dr. Dhammapiye, who is a very prominent monk in India and widely known in the world. Venerable Dr. Dhammapiye is the Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation. The International Buddhist Confederation is a global umbrella Buddhist body headquartered in New Delhi, India. He is also the founder of Dhammadeep Foundation, Secretary General of the Northeast India Buddhist Sangh Council, and the founder and chairman of Bahujan Hitai Education Trust, Manu Banku Tripura. Apart from holding these prestigious posts, he is also the professor and principal of Michael Madhusudan Datta College, Tripura. Venerable Dr. Dhammapiye has also actively participated in several national and international seminars, conferences, and workshops, symposiums in India and abroad since 1994. It is a privilege for me to invite Venerable Dhammapiye to this conference. Over to you, Venerable Dhammapiye. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dukkha petacani dukkha, bhaya petacani bhaya, soka petacani soka, antu sabhapi panino. From the time zone point of view of India, Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning to all of you. From the time zone point of view of Japan, konnichiwa, good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of ICCR and Otani University, I take the opportunity to greet and welcome all venerable masters, venerable monks and nuns, and His Excellency Sanjay Kumar Varmaji, Ambassador of India to Japan, Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddheji, President ICCR, Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi-san, the President, Otani University, Japan, all my brothers, sisters, friends in Dhamma, and of course, all the erudite scholars, peace lovers who are here joining with us online today on this special occasion that we are having a regional conference with different Buddhist organizations in different places in India and abroad. Today is with Otani University in Japan. As we understand the topic of today's conference, Buddhism in literature, transformation of figure and themes from India to Japan. Whatever we speak on this theme, it comes back to the important place in India, Bodh Gaya. So we may just have a brief sketch of the journey, because when we talk about from India to Japan, how things have transformed in terms of figure or theme, I understand it is very important to understand the travel from Lumbini to Bodh Gaya, then Bodh Gaya to, that is India, to Japan. As we all know, Siddhartha Gautama was a historical prince born in Lumbini in today's Nepal, and who traveled from Lumbini and reached Uruvela and Bodh Gaya in India and became Samma Sambuddha, fully enlightened person. Samma Sambuddha. So the travel from Lumbini to Bodh Gaya was in the form of Prince Siddhartha, and who has renounced everything. A recluse kind of person. And after enlightenment, he came to be known as Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, who is also known as Sakyamuni Buddha in different parts of the world. So this, either it is the Prince Siddhartha or Sakyamuni Gautama Buddha, he was a historical person, not a concocted some figure. That is what we have to emphasize. Then the journey starts from Bodh Gaya as fully enlightened Samma Sambuddha. The Buddha traveled from Bodh Gaya to Saranath, the Megadhaya, Varanasi, then to different places like we have Rajgeha, Nalanda, Vaishali, Shravasti, Sankasha, Pava. Most of the places are in today's, in India, two main states, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. He taught the Dhamma. That's why we first have Buddha, then Dhamma. But I could hear and see many a time when it is being present and chanted by maybe some who are not familiar with this term. First say Buddhang Saranang Gacchami, then Sanghang Saranang Gacchami, then Dhammam Saranang Gacchami. Actually sequences, first a Buddha appeared, then he taught the Dhamma, so Dhammam Saranang Gacchami, Dhamma appeared. Then after listening to Dhamma, then the Sangha appeared, right? So the sequences, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So the Buddha traveled, and this is transformation. First was a Buddha, then was Sangha, the Dhamma, then Sangha. This is the journey within India, I'm saying. Then, after that, when the Buddha took Mahaparinirvana at Kushinagar, Kushinara in UP state of India, that he passed away. After that, it became Buddhism. It came to be known as Dhamma, came to be known as Buddhism. Then they traveled now to different parts of the world. The first phase of journey was from Lumbini to Bodh Gaya. The second phase of journey was from Bodh Gaya to other parts of India. The third phase of journey as Buddhism in the form of figure and themes, whatever we call, was from India to different parts of the world. From India to Sri Lanka, India to Tibet, China, South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, and many other countries in the Central Asia and West. We also have Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, to far other places. So when Buddhism traveled from India to Japan, it was not by direct flight or direct means. You took off from India, Bodh Gaya or somewhere, and reached in Tokyo, Japan, and direct flight. It was not like that. It went through different routes and took a long period of time. And as we know, the original something, when it takes time in the process, then on the way, many things get added up. When many things get added up, then the original wordings get transformed. It gets new edition, right? New edition. So this actually the Dhamma that Buddha taught, that became, of course, dhyana. I don't know who is clicking my ears. Just 1 second. It's very disturbing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm in a hotel in Gorakhpur now because we had just before yesterday the inauguration of the Kushinagar International Airport, and where Buddha relic was brought from Sri Lanka. So I'm escorting the Buddha relic team. So I'm in Kushinagar, and in the hotel somebody came and continuously knocking the door. I'm so sorry for the interruption. So what I was trying to just sketch is that, I'll not take much time, that when we have this kind of traveling from India to other countries, then it got added to different flavors on the way. And then we find original wordings or the theme or the figure get transformed. But definitely the originality remains, right? So we have something that is the Dhamma, originally taught by the Buddha, then the Dhyana, definitely meditation, which is Vipassana and the Samatha technique. Then when it traveled in course of time, then Chan, Zen, and different forms of the transformation took place on their way. When it reached Japan, I know everybody knows, there are 5 different kinds of Buddhas are depicted, giving different dimensions of the enlightenment of the Buddha. For example, we have one is Amitabha Buddha. Definitely. Enlightenment means what's a light, it's a brightness, it's something which can dispel the darkness or the suffering. Amita Abha. Abha means the brightness, the light. Amita means boundless, limitless light, which is Buddha, the representation of Buddha. Then we have Amita Ayu, the limitless Ayu or the lifespan. So like that, it took transformation. And figures also, definitely, when nobody saw the Buddha, physically who were there, we only could make out the Buddha's figures from the sculptures and the carvings in different caves. So you see the kind of figures that we have in India and Gandhara and this Amravati, Mathura, this art field, art schools. But when it reached South Korea and Japan, then you find there are different kinds of forms and figures. So definitely there is a transformation, but the original teachings remain the same. The Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path. First, identify the suffering, the problem in life or in society, in the world. Then find out the cause of the suffering, the cause of the problem. Suffering doesn't mean only dukkha. That means any kind of problem that we face. The first step is know the problem as it is, what actually it is. If it is the problem of malaria, we should know it's malaria. If it is diarrhea, we should know it's a diarrhea. If it is something else, we should know something is as it is. That is, diagnosing the problem or the dukkha is the first noble truth, applicable universally, timeless. Second is find out the cause of the problem. The third is finding a way out and implementing, getting the problem solved. You see, there's Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Noble Path to get this problem of life in the world sorted out and resolved and solved. The Eightfold Noble Path is given by the Buddha. It is not for academic purpose only. It is to be understood and practiced by each and every one of us if we want something like peace, harmony, good health in the world. Right. So now, at last, I would like to say that when Buddhism traveled as embodied body or the Buddha from India to other countries, it went in the form of dhyana or meditation, in the form of education, Buddhist literature, definitely, and in the form of culture, the Indic culture from India, and also language, Pali or Sanskrit. That's why we find the influence of Pali and Sanskrit and Indic culture in the Buddhist countries, which makes a tie, a good relation between India and other countries. As Buddha has said, Bodhgaya is the navel of the world, this planet Earth. And the Buddha will appear only at this place, Bodhgaya. Either it was Gautama Buddha or earlier the three Buddhas, Kakosanda, Ganoguna, Kashyapa, or even the coming one, the Aryamitya, or any Buddha will have to appear at the navel place, that's Bodhgaya. So if Bodhgaya is a navel place where the Buddha is to appear, and all other places on the earth are the different parts of the body of this world. So we all are connected. I hope that the relation between Japan and India remains in terms of the Buddha's teaching and also cultural, in terms of culture and tradition we share. We hope that this conferences now we are having through Zoom online, we can have some physical interaction later on in different areas so that we can strengthen our tie between India and Japan. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya, for your wonderful talk. Next, we will have our first presentation of the day by Professor Takami Inui of Otani University. Before the presentation commences, however, I would like to request Professor Showadani Rash to introduce, give a brief introduction about Professor Takami Inui and the themes and topic of his presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watanabe. So please give us just a few seconds. to share the screen of the panelists. Sorry, friends, keep you waiting. So we are now going to have our first speaker of this panel, Professor Takami Inui. And Professor Takami Inui is a professor in the Shin Buddhist Studies Department at Otani University. He graduated from Kyoto University and entered the graduate school of Otani University, finishing his MA in Buddhist Studies in 1991. He received his PhD in religious studies from the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2010. His research interests span the history of Pureland Buddhism, from its origins in India to its culmination in Shinran's Jodo Shinshu, that is true Pureland Buddhism. Since 2019, he serves as the Secretary General of the Eastern Buddhist Society, widely known as an EBS, Eastern Buddhist Society. I request you all, please mute your microphone. And he serves as the Secretary General of the Eastern Buddhist Society, widely known as Eastern EBS in short, and which was established in Otani University by the most renowned professors Suzuki Daisetsu, Gesho Sasaki, Chizza Nakanoma, and others in 1921. You will be happy to know that Eastern Buddhist Society, EBS, is celebrating its 100th-year anniversary this year in 2021. So I invite our first speaker, Professor Takami Inui, to present his paper entitled Epidemic in Vaishali and its significance for the introduction of Buddhism to Japan. Please, Professor Inui.
Thank you, Professor Dash, for generous introduction. My name is Takami Inui, and I'm very honored to be able to speak here as the first presenter of this conference. My talk today is entitled The Epidemic in Vaishali and its significance for the introduction of Buddhism to Japan. The organization of my talk today is, first I will introduce Vaishali and also some information about Zenkoji Temple in Nagano, Japan. And the first part of my talk will be on the epidemic in Vaishali in Buddhist literature. During the lifetime of the historical Buddha, Shakyamuni, there was a virulent epidemic in Vaishali and many people died. The citizens begged Shakyamuni earnestly to visit the city and quell the epidemic. This episode became one of the most popular themes, significant themes in Buddhist literature. And the second part of my talk will be on the narrative of the epidemic in Vaishali in Pureland Buddhist tradition. According to the Zenkoji Engi, the origin story of the temple in Nagano City, Japan, Shakyamuni Buddha taught people in Vaishali to take refuge in Amida Buddha, Amitabha. During the terrible epidemic, in Shakyamuni's lifetime, the Buddha told the citizens to say the Nembutsu, Namo Amida Butsu, Namo Amitabhaya Buddhaya. We take refuge in Amida Buddha. And the great flood of light emitted by Amida Buddha miraculously cured all the people who had been suffering from the epidemic. I will talk about I will quote, I will read some passage from Doshaku's Andakushu and also from Zenkoji Enki about this narrative. And I will conclude my talk with a passage from Tanisho and entering the great city of Vaishali. As an introduction, maybe it's not necessary for Indian audience. Vaishali in India is a very important Buddhist site, and many tourists visit today. And this is the place. This was a very prosperous international trade city, and the Lichabis lived there. Republic of Lichabis lived there in Buddha's days, and Buddha loved to stay in Vaishali. And right side is the Zenkoji temple in Nagano city, where I was born in this city, Nagano, 61 years ago. And I used to visit this temple and worshipped Amida, did Nembutsu at this temple. And this Zenkoji was probably one of the oldest temples in Japan and the most popular one today. And now I will talk about the prominent figures in literature who lived in Vaishali. The left side is the Vimalakirti Yuibakoji, famous lay bodhisattva. And the right side is royal courtesan Amrapali, very beautiful lady who became Buddha's disciple, Buddhist follower. And at the center is Somachatra, and who was the main figure in Zenkoji Enki. And this one was, this statue was made in China in the 13th century and now stored in Zenyuji Temple in Kyoto. And I'd like to begin the first part with reading the translation of Latana Sutta, the first 3 verses. Whatever beings, non-humans, are assembled here, terrestrial or celestial, may they all have peace of mind, and may they listen attentively to these words. O beings, listen closely. May you all radiate loving kindness to those human beings who, by day and night, bring offerings to you. Wherefore, protect them with diligence. Whatever treasure there be, either here or in the world beyond, whatever precious jewel there be in the heavenly worlds, there is no comparable to the Tathagata, the perfect one. This precious jewel is the Buddha. By this truth, may there be happiness. And this Latana Sutta, the background is told in Pali commentaries, Kuttaka Hattakata and other Pali literature. This chart of all the interrelated texts which describes the epidemic in Vaishali. This chart was made by Okada Mamiko, and I photocopied this from her paper, but it's not easy to read. So I summarize some of the important texts related to epidemic in Vaishali literature. And in addition to Pali commentaries, there are Mahavast hybrid Sanskrit, Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit text, and which the story is told in Chatravasta chapter. And the background, this epidemic story was translated into Chinese in the 4th century, early 4th century, late 4th century to early 5th century. And also it was translated, but it was made into Sanskrit version in Avadana Shataka, number 14, which is titled E.T., Plague in Nada Kanta. And the Chinese version, most famous and influential one, is this Sho Kanzeon Bosatsu Shobuku Dokugai Darani Jukyo. My reading is Japanese reading of this Chinese title. And short for this title is Sho Kannongyo. I will quote from Sho Kannongyo later. And this was translated into Chinese around 420 CE. And Andakshu, Doshaku's Andakshu mentions this text Sutra as the important Mahayana Sutra, which talks about Amitabha Buddha and his influence on people. And this Kannongyo, Sho Kannongyo, was a part of this story was recorded and used in the Zenkoji narratives. So I will talk about this later. And this Zenkoji became the origin of Shin Buddhist preaching textbooks during Edo period. So there's a long history of this episode told in narratives in Japan. And before going to Japan, let's talk about the geography. Vaishali is near Pataliputra here, and from here, the story went probably this way to the Gandharan area, and we have Amida Triad figure from Gandhara, probably around 3rd to 4th century. I'll show you that statue later. And then travel from Gandhara to cross the Silk Road and then to China. And from China to the Korean Peninsula around 4th to 5th century, and arrived in Japan around 6th century CE. And the story of Vaishali, all along the way, there were Amitabha Triad. We can find Amitabha Triad figures. So that story was very important in the transmission of Buddhism along this route. This is the detail of that Indian central plain. And here is Rajagriha, and Shakyamuni traveled from Rajagriha to through Navika, crossed the Ganges here, and then went to Vaishali when he was asked to visit and quell the epidemic. So this area is very important for Shakyamuni's early career, and this route was taken in his last travel from Rajagaha to Kushnala too. And this is the Japanese end of that transmission through Korean Peninsula to Japanese Inland Sea, Setonaikai, to Nara, and there were Horyuji Temple, which has a mural of Amitabha Triad. And then from this area to Zenkoji in Nagano. And now I'd like to go on to the Pureland theme. The epidemic in Vaishali and the significance of Amida Buddha as a true and universal refuge. In the first part, I'll talk about that narrative in Doshaku's Andakushu, and in the second part, in the Zenkoji Engi. Doshaku mentions this Shokan-nongyo in section 8 of his Andakushu. And he compared Shakyamuni and Amida Buddha in that chapter. This is a quote, English translation by Hidagaki Sensei. This Buddha Shakyamuni Tathagata, after living in this world for 80 years, departed and did not return. Again, when Shakyamuni was in the world, his saving power was rather weak or limited, as, for example, the people of Vaishali and tribulations. At that time, they were suffering from 5 kinds of illness. First, their eyes became red, as if blood stained. Second, pus was produced from their ears. Third, their noses bled. Fourth, their tongues became tangled so that they lost their voices. And fifth, the food they ate was tasteless. Their sixth consciousness was blocked so that they appeared drunk. Even celebrated Dr. Jivaka Giba was unable to cure the ailments of the people. At that time, there was a rich merchant named Moon Canopy, Somachatra, Gakkai in Japanese reading. Being the leader of the sick people, he took them to the Buddha. They saluted the Buddha with their heads on the ground and sought his compassion. Then the world-honored one, awakening the boundless sympathy, compassion, said to them, in the West presides Amida Buddha, and the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, Kannon, and Mahastama Prapta, Seishi. Join your palms with singleness of heart and seek to see them. At this point, the people followed the Buddha's admonition. They joined their palms and sought his compassion. Namo Amitabha. In response to this, the Buddha emitted great flood of light. Avalokiteshvara and Mahastama Prapta joined together and delivered a great spell, mantra. Then all the people's ailments were completely removed and they recovered their normal state. It must be noted, however, that the two Buddhas' supernatural powers should be the same. However, Shakyamuni Tathagata, instead of proclaiming his ability, expounded Amida's superior power with a wish to urge all sentient beings to take refuge in him. Hence, Shakyamuni praised him here and there. We should know this well. This is a quote English translation of Doshaku's Andakushu chapter 8. And the Zenkoji Engi clearly states at the beginning that its Indian origin section is based on the Shokan-nongyo, one of the earliest esoteric tantric sutras, which was translated into Chinese around 420 and quoted in Doshaku's Andakushu I just introduced. In the Zenkoji Engi, the story begins in Bisharikoku. This is the Japanese reading of this Chinese characters, Chinese transliteration of Vaishali, Bisharikoku. In ancient India during Shakyamuni Buddha's lifetime, there was a very wealthy old man named Gakkai, canopy of moon or covered moon, who was very miserly and without faith. Whenever the Buddha's disciples and even Buddha himself came for alms, Gakkai refused to provide any offering, thinking it pointless. However, at one time, an extremely virulent epidemic swept the country, and this became the catalyst for his spiritual transformation. Gakkai had an only daughter named Nyozehime, whom he had begotten at the age of 51. He tried all measures to protect his beloved daughter from the deadly disease, but she eventually caught it. He asked all the eminent doctors to treat her, but even the great physician Giba could not save her. Finally, Gakkai was advised to see the Buddha and asked for his guidance. Repenting his former misdeeds, Gakkai went to see Shakyamuni Buddha, who told him to face the western direction and say the name of Amida Buddha earnestly. When Gakkai uttered the Nebutsu at home, Namu Amida Butsu, Amida Buddha appeared above the western gate of his mansion, flanked by Bodhisattva Kannon and Seishi, and the light emitted by the Amida triad cured not only Nyozehime, but all other patients who had been suffering from the epidemic. Through this experience, faith was awakened in Gakkai, and he became a devout follower and supporter of the Sangha. He made a life image of the Amida triad from special gold called Embudangom, Jambunada Svarna, for people to remember and worship. According to the Zenkoji Engi, this Amida triad remained in India for 500 years and then moved to Kudara Prefecture and stayed there for 1,200 years, and thence arrived in Japan in 552 and eventually was enshrined at the Zenkoji in Shinano province, present-day Nagano prefecture. In the story of Gakkai, the incurable illness of his daughter, Nyozehime, functions as a painful catalyst for Gakkai's transformation. A stingy, faithless old man was turned into a generous, devout patron of Buddhism. It is like bits of rubble turned into gold, alchemical change. And what enabled this alchemical change is the healing light of Amida Buddha. The cleverest device in the Zenkoji Engi narrative is the creation of Gakkai's daughter, who doesn't appear in the original Epidemic in Vaishali story in the Shokan Nongyo. Her unusual name, Nyoze, seems to have been derived from the following passage in the Daichidoron, Mahaprajna Paramita Shastra, which is well known in the Japanese Pureland tradition. It is by virtue of faith that one is able to enter the great ocean of the Buddha's Dharma. It is by virtue of wisdom that one is able to cross over. The word Nyoze at the beginning of sutras represent this faith. Nyoze wa sunawachi kore, shinnari. Thus, Nyozehime in the Zenkoji Engi is an avatar, anthropomorphosis of faith, shinjin, awakened in human beings by the power of the Buddha. A beautiful image now standing in front of jail Nagano station, facing the direction of Zenkoji Amida triad, testifies to the success of this symbolization. And this is the painting of this Zenkoji Engi, mural paintings of Zenkoji Engi, and this you can find in Unjoden of Zenkoji. And this was painted by Nosu Kosetsu, a famous Japanese painter who did the mural work of Mula Gandaputi Vihara. And you can see here the arms and Refuges. This is the faithless stage, Gakkai. And after the sickness, this epidemic of Vaishali, he changed. And this is the Amida triad in the Western direction who appeared and cured the illness. And this is the statue of Jambu Nada Gold Svarna. And here, Gakkai and his wife and daughter Nyoze worshiping, paying respect to the triad. And at the bottom, you can see the ship going to Japan, is Mount Fuji. So Nosu Kosetsu, he painted the original Mura Gandaputi temple in Sarnath where Buddha first preached. So origin in India. And also he painted this one at the oldest temple in Japan. And for your information, Nosu was born in the Shin Buddhist priest family in Shikoku. So he understood the importance of this story for Shin Buddhists and Japanese Buddhists in general. And this is his mural painting, famous in India and all over the world among Buddhists. And I will show you the statues where you can find the Amida Triad, which traveled from Vaishali to Gandhala and then to Heidage, Pindinsu, and then Shantanshan, and through Korean Peninsula to Nara. You can find, this is the Gandhala one, and here's Amitabha and Avalokiteshvara, probably, and the left side is missing, but originally this seems to have been a triad. And this one is the oldest Amida Sanzon, Amitabha triad from Heidage 169 cave. And Amida and Kannon Seishi, this triad based on that Vaishali story. And this is Shantanshan's mural. This was made in the 6th century, and Amitabha here and 2 bodhisattvas. And this was the mural painting of Horyuji Amida Triad. This was late 7th century. And this, you can find Zenkoji type, 1 Oreo, 3 statues. This type is called Zenkoji Amida Sanzon, Zenkoji style Amida Triad. And you can find this in Japan today in many temples. So now it's time, so I need to conclude. Recurrent terrible epidemics, including the ones in Vaishali and Japan during the time of the introduction of Buddhism, and also in Shinran's lifetime in 12th to 13th century, as well as the current COVID-19, are critical times for all people to take refuge in the 3 treasures. And I'd like to read the first chapter of Tannisho and also Tibetan translation of the Epidemic in Vaishali, Svasti Gata from Mahasutra. Now the first one, Tannisho, chapter 1. At the very moment when we are moved to utter the Nembutsu by a firm faith that a birth in the Pure Land is attained solely by virtue of the inconceivable working of Amida's original vow, we are enabled to share in its benefits that embrace all and forsake none. We should realize that Amida's original vow never discriminates between the old and the young, the good and the evil, and that what matters most is the heart of faith, Shinjin, alone. The next one, last one. On entering the city of Vaishali, Svastikata, verse 18. May all sentient beings, all breathing beings, all living beings, and all of you know naught but happiness. May all illness be banished. May all seed be auspicious. May no evil whatsoever befall. Thank you very much.
Professor Inui, for your enlightening presentation. Now we'll have the second presentation, which will be by Reverend Dr. Michael J. Conway. I would request again Professor Dash to introduce Reverend Dr. Michael J. Conway and his topic for today, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watanabe. Just please give us a few seconds again to change the, to share the new presentation, next presentation. So now I would like to, I request Dr. Michael Conway to, as our second presenter of this conference. And Dr. Michael Conway is an assistant professor in the Shin Buddhist Studies Department at Otani University. He studied in the graduate school at Otani University from 2003 to 2008 and received his PhD in 2011. His research interests span the history of Pureland Buddhism from the time of its introduction into China through its contemporary iterations in Japan. His dissertation focused on Dao Chua's contribution to the development of Pureland Buddhism in China. He also works on the modern interpretations of Shinran's thought by members of the Otani Ha, such as Soga Ryojin, Kaneko Daie, and Yasuda Rizin. He has recently begun working on producing an English language commentary on the Kyogyo Shinsho, Shinran's primary work. So I invite Dr. Michael Conway to present his paper entitled Images and Ideas of Patriarchs depicted on early Shin Buddhist devotional scrolls. So Dr. Conway, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Dash, for your introduction, and thank you all for this wonderful opportunity for me to share a bit of my research with all of you. I am going to speak today to this broader theme of transformations of figures and themes in Buddhist literature by looking at how certain figures in Indian and Chinese Buddhist literature are represented on devotional scrolls that were very important in the early Shin Buddhist community. So I will start first by making a short introduction to Shinran. And I have pressed the button, but the screen is not moving. And it may be, I have created a PowerPoint with a great many images, so it's probably a little heavy. So it may take some time to move to the next screen. And I'll just make a very brief introduction to Shinran, who is revered as the founder of Jodo Shinshu, or the true school of Pureland Buddhism, or the Pureland Buddhism as the true centerpiece of the Buddhist tradition. He encountered Honen and became a Pureland adherent, a practitioner of the Nenbutsu, and reinterpreted Honen's teaching such that hearing this phrase, Namu Amida Butsu, or I bow down before Amitabha, immeasurable light. He held that that was the key for us to attain the insight, the transformative insight that is the centerpiece of Buddhist enlightenment. And he spread that teaching primarily in Eastern Japan in the 13th century. And today we're going to look at a few of the images that his communities, and that he encouraged his followers to create, and that were quite important, especially in the first few hundred years after he passed away, in the small communities that followed in his teachings. And these devotional images are referred to as komyo honzon, or objects of reverence centered on light. And these are, I'll show you several pictures of them later, but in the center, there is a phrase, Namo Amida Butsu. If you all remember the opening gongyo, the service that we held, the chanters sat before a phrase with several Chinese characters on it, which is a Chinese translation of the term Namo Amida Butsu, a Chinese reiteration of the term Namo Amida Butsu. And you'll notice actually these komyo honzon are very similar to that central object of reverence that was used during our service earlier today. And it's also likely, you know, in these komyo honzon, there are lineages and teachings that were both images, pictures of patriarchs and people who are important in bringing the tradition to Shinran in Japan, and also words, phrases from their teachings that were presented on these large scrolls that were kept in gathering places and displayed in gathering places. And it's likely that these images were used as visual aids for teaching followers about the basic teachings of the tradition. And my hope today is to first show you the oldest existent komyo honzon, which is on the screen here right now. There is switching is a little bit slow, but you can see this is the oldest existent komyo honzon, which was created while Shinran was still alive and is currently held at Myogenji, a temple in sort of south central Japan that has a lot of really very important old treasures from the earliest days of the Shin Buddhist community. And this was likely created under the direction of Shinran. As you can see here in the middle, there is this phrase, Namu Fukashigi Ko Nyorai, which is sort of a mixed transliteration and translation of the term Namu Amida Butsu, or I bow down before Amitabha Buddha, which is translated here as I bow down before the Tathagata of inconceivable light. And this light, you can see there are rays of light radiating from that central image. And this central image is in the Shin Buddhist tradition taken to be sort of the central expression of Shakyamuni's enlightenment. And so it's treated as a Buddha, and it's seated on a lotus flower as one expression of Buddhahood, one expression of the essence of Buddhahood, or the essence of enlightenment. And then in this Myogenji specimen, there are two other scrolls that would be hung to the left and right of the central image. On the left side, we have images of both the sort of mythical Bodhisattva Seishi, Dai Seishi, who appeared, I cannot unfortunately pronounce the Sanskrit name, that also appeared in the previous presentation, as well as Nagarjuna Vasubandhu at the bottom of the screen here. The center here is Dai Seishi, and then above them are Chinese patriarchs who were instrumental in clarifying the significance of this teaching regarding Namu Amida Butsu and the Pureland teachings as a whole. And then we have On the right scroll, Prince Shotoku, who was held to be instrumental in introducing Buddhism into Japan, as well as Genshin, who Shinran reveres as the first Japanese patriarch of the tradition, who was very influential in popularizing Pureland Buddhism in Japan, and then Shinran's direct teacher Honen, who advocated this exclusive reliance on the Nembutsu as the best and only path to Buddhahood, as well as Shinran and two of Honen's disciples. And then above and below on each of these scrolls, we have different passages from Buddhist literature, different quotations from Buddhist literature. One on the top here is a quotation from the Sutra of Immeasurable Life, the sutra that describes Amitabha and the nature of both his awakening and his vows. We also have phrases from Vasubandhu's work down here, Vasubandhu's work here, and then an important Chinese patriarch Tanlan and Shandao above on the left-hand scroll, and then on the right-hand scroll, below here on this middle scroll, we have a passage by Shinran himself, a passage from one of Shinran's most important poems. And then below here is a passage from the work of Seikaku, one of Shinran's brother disciples under Honen, and above is a passage from Honen's primary work. These also contain passages from Genshin's works and references to Shotoku Taishi. And the standard form for the Komyo Honzon is generally this format. We have the central object of reverence, flanked on two sides by the patriarchs in the Indian tradition, and then the transmission to Japan, starting with Prince Shotoku and then going through down to Shinran. And in the later representations, these are filled in more on the right side. There's a continued, lineage here after Shinran. But since this was created while Shinran was alive, it ends with Shinran here. But I would like to also mention, I did mention that Shinran, he sanctioned or encouraged the creation of this Komyo Honzon. That there is also at Myogenji notations from him, some of his writing commenting upon the different phrases, the different quotations from Buddhist literature that appear on the scroll. And again, I'm having trouble shifting the screen here. There you just saw for a second the passage that I was hoping to show you. Shinran has left several different commentaries that he has a text entitled here it is, the Songo Shinzo Meimon, which you can see here, the Songo Shinzo Meimon, which essentially is a commentary on the phrases that appear on these different objects of reverence that are centered around these the name of Amida Buddha. And here, the opening passage of the Songo Shinzo Meimon is a quote from the larger sutra, and it actually a quote from the 18th vow in the larger sutra, which is seen to be sort of the centerpiece of liberation, the centerpiece of the working of Amida in the world to liberate us in the Pureland tradition. And he is commenting, Shinran is commenting in this last line here, he begins his commentary on that passage. And you can see that passage also appears in the upper right-hand corner of the scroll that I was just showing you. And unfortunately, this Myo Genji, although it's the oldest specimen of its type, it is not necessarily entirely representative of the way that the form was developed later on. And I'd like to just, since we have only a bit of time, I'd like to move on here and introduce a more standard format and a more standard view that may give you a better understanding of what these Komyo Honzon were and how they functioned in the Shin community. And here, this is a particularly well-preserved specimen from the mid-15th century, so about 200 years after Shinran passed away. That's held here in Kyoto at Sairenji, which is Otani temple at this time, but was likely associated with Bukkoji-ha, which was founded by one of Shinran's disciples and has a long tradition as well. And you can see here, again, we have the central image, the same Namu Fuka Shigi Ko Nyorai as the central image, but it's flanked now on both sides by other representations of the name. Here is the most familiar Namu, Amida Butsu, and then on the right side is this Kimyo Jinji Po Muge Ko Nyorai, which is the same phrase that was on the scroll in our chapel here on campus. And you can see here that these historical personages are all sort of now floating in Amida's light, and they're all included on this one single very large scroll, this one single very large scroll that's almost 2 meters high and about 1 meter across. And as with the initial specimen, you can see that there are quotations from Buddhist literature, from scripture above and below. The ones below are all quotations from the larger sutra, from the Sutra on Immeasurable Life. The ones above are quotations from the important figures who are depicted on the screen. And my hope is to just show you, just run through very quickly what each of those figures look like. And unfortunately, the computer is not being very cooperative with my hope for speed. But in any case, there are other formats than this one that I am showing you today. But on the whole, we can see, history, the history of the tradition shown up in Amida's light, and always sort of surrounded by text, right? And so these, they not only provide an image of the patriarchs, an image of the people who brought this teaching to Japan and brought this teaching to Shinran and brought this teaching to whatever particular temple or place to listen to the Dharma where they are on the wall. They speak to that lineage, and they also give us insight into what the teachings that these people held to be important are. And I will again maybe switch here. And I would like to, and I guess we can say, as we're waiting for this to shift, in general, they also all keep the same format of, having the Indian patriarchs below, the Chinese patriarchs above on the right, Prince Shotoku on the left, Prince Shotoku on the right, and then having the Japanese Pureland patriarchs above Prince Shotoku. and I will maybe skip this because we're running low on time, and I'd like to maybe take a look at the passages from the larger sutra and see how it is that they depict these different figures, what it is that it's having these different figures on the scroll say. And the first, and perhaps one of the most important and interesting ones, is this representation of Shakyamuni, the representation of the historical Buddha Shakyamuni, saying that he appeared in the world in order to clarify and open up the teaching of the path, to give them true and real benefit. And Shinran interprets this to mean give them the true and real benefit of the teaching of the original vow. So here, this can be said to be a representation of Shakyamuni's reason for appearing in the world, to give us the teachings of the original vow. And then in the next image, we have Amida, who is on the left side of the central image here. And again, we're having trouble switching slides, but Amida is presented above this lower register of text. And in the text, we are given what Shinran held to be the three most important of Amida's vows, which again, I've asked to go forward maybe 3 or 4 times here, and it's still not going forward. So we're going to jump at some point. And I guess then on the next quotations from the larger sutra on the same lower register, they speak to the way in which the vow works in the world to liberate sentient beings. And it's really quite frustrating that this is not working very well. But oh, and here we can see I have listed up the the 4 vows of Amida that are listed on the scroll, and then these 2 ways, these 2 passages from the larger sutra, or the Sutra on Immeasurable Life, that describe how it is that we are, through the working of that original vow, led to attain enlightenment, and led to attain enlightenment through the natural working out of the vow in the world. And we can see, is it maybe that I'm not using this correctly? And I'd like to now move up to the upper, the sort of up on the scroll, to look at the historical persons. They're depicted on the scroll, and I really can only give you just a very, very brief picture of these people. All these on the bottom are the Indian patriarchs, and above are the Chinese patriarchs with Bodhi Rishi, who traveled from India to China and was Tanlan's teacher, who translated Vasubandhu's treatise on the Pureland, and who led Tanlan to become a Pureland monk. And then Tanlan's not direct disciple, but disciple Dao Cho, and Shan Dao, who was a disciple of Dao Cho. And then 3 later Chinese thinkers who followed in Shan Dao's teachings. And I guess one thing, since we are talking about how Indian figures were presented in Japan, one quite interesting thing about the way that Vasubandhu and Nagarjuna are presented on these scrolls is that they are presented as bodhisattvas, sort of somewhere between a human and a supernatural being. You can see that they have the skin pigment of human beings, but they have all the accoutrements of the sort of supernatural bodhisattvas who appear in the sutras. And I really cannot I'm sort of running out of the time allotted to me and cannot really speak very much about each of these different images. But on the right side, we can see, I just showed you Prince Shotoku and his retinue, people from Korea and his teachers, his Buddhist teachers from Korea and his other supporters from Korea, and also supporters in Japan are down on the bottom. And then above Prince Shotoku, I can only show you here Prince Shotoku's face here. And above that is this tradition, this lineage going through from Genshin and Honen, who are seated on chairs. They get the chairs because they're particularly revered. And then Honen's disciples and Shinran. And then beyond Shinran, I guess I should just maybe flip through Honen's disciples, Shinran's brother disciples of Honen. And then here we can see Shinran. And this image, you notice they all have their names next to them. And the fact that Shinran's name is worn off here is evidence of the fact that this was used in teaching, that people were pointing likely with some sort of a stick at this image and saying, this is Shinran, this is Shinran. And in him getting pointed out, that wore away the paint where his name was. We see Shinbutsu, who is important in this Bukkoji lineage and who was actually the author of the text on the scrolls that I showed you at the beginning. He's the person who wrote the quotations in the Myogenji scroll. And then his followers in this Bukkoji lineage are all depicted down through time. And, I've also prepared the image, the translations of the text that are included that link to each of the figures on the scroll. And we'll go, I'll just show you them from the right of the scroll to the left of the scroll. And really, they go from the right to the left, but that's sort of going backwards in time. And it starts with an image from, again, some screen shifting problems here, an image from Honen, and the phrases by Honen here, speaking about how, that faith, what Professor Inui was speaking of as faith, the importance of faith as the key for us to enter into nirvana. Then a quote from Shinran, a quote from Genshin, a quote from Shotoku Taishi's sort of how do you say, biography, or it's actually a quote from an inscription on a box unearthed at his mausoleum. But in any case, quote is speaking to how Shotoku Taishi introduced the teachings. And then we really need to speed up here to go just sort of skip through the Chinese patriarchs. And just in closing, what I'd like to say about the Indian patriarchs is that they're represented on this screen as those who take refuge in Amida, as those who, bow down before Amida, as those who are followers of the Nembutsu. Vasubandhu's quote is from the first line of his treatise on the Pure Land, which says, "O world honored one, I with single mind take refuge in the Tathagata of light, unhindered in the 10 directions, and aspire to be born in the country of peace and bliss." So this figure in Buddhist literature, a patriarch who is held to be one of the most important philosophers of Buddhism, who's held to be an important patriarch in several of the different schools of Buddhism as they were presented or transmitted into Japan is presented on this scroll as a follower of the Nembutsu, as is Nagarjuna, who is, of course, the father of Mahayana philosophy. But when he's transformed and presented on this scroll, he's presented as one who takes refuge in Amida, and who is, taking refuge in Amida. And unfortunately, again, I've skipped now here to maybe, oh no, all the way to the end. Here's Nagarjuna saying, I take refuge in, I continuously remember this Buddha, because when one can think upon the power of this Buddha's virtues, one immediately enters into the definitely settled. And this is a phrase that is present in Nagarjuna's work. It's a quotation from Nagarjuna's work, but it's pulled out from his huge corpus of work and held to be the most important thing that he said for those who are members of this tradition. And so I'm sorry I've taken up too much time, but I very much appreciate your attention and have come to the end of my slides, so I will stop speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Michael J. Conway for his presentation. Next presentation for today will be by Professor Shobharani Dash. The request Professor Siddharth Singh, Director of Vivekanand Cultural Center, to give a brief introduction of Professor Dash and her presentation for today, please.
Hello, everyone, again. It is a privilege for me to introduce Professor Dash. Professor Dash is not just a wonderful academician, but she is a great organizer too. She has been instrumental on behalf of Otani University to organize the conference, which is getting fructified today. So I'm grateful to Professor Dash. And before I move further, I would like to express the gratitude to Professor Michael and Professor Inui also on behalf of Embassy of India, Tokyo, for their wonderful presentations. And our next speaker, as I mentioned, that is Professor Shobharani Dash. Professor Shobharani Dash is a professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, Otani University, Kyoto. Simultaneously, she holds the position of Associate Professor, Shin Buddhist Comprehensive Research Institute in the same university. And currently, she is also the Chief of Digital Archives Section of Otani University. She has been a visiting professor at Hamburg University and Heidelberg University of Germany. Her main field of research is early Buddhism to early Mahayana and manuscriptology. She has worked extensively on the diplomatic and critical edition of Sarala Mahabharata, the palm leaf manuscript of the Mahabharata of medieval Odisha discovered in Japan. She has also published a number of books and research articles on manuscript studies and on Buddhism, focusing particularly on the gender issues in the canonical literature. Among them, her publications, Mahapajapati, the first bhikkhuni in English, and Pali Grammar, learning from scriptures based on the Kachayan Vyakarana in Japanese, are worth mentioning. It is a great honor for me to invite you, Professor Dash. Professor Dash would present her paper, as you can see on the screen, the concept of the 5 obstacles and the salvation of women in Lotus Sutra. As you all of know, Lotus Sutra is one of the most important Mahayana Sutra The oldest one, which was mentioned as one of the sutras in Vaipulya Sutras, and perhaps Lotus Sutra is most widely known and practiced in the whole world. So I believe that it would be a very interesting paper, and thanks a lot to Sadash for extending all your support. It is a privilege for us to invite you for this paper. Over to you, Professor Sadash.
Thank you, Professor Singh, for your very kind introduction. Hello, everybody. Without wasting much time, I just jump directly to the presentation. And the topic of my presentation is the concept of the 5 obstacles and the salvation of women in the Lotus Sutra. Unfortunately, I have no slides with images and other things. I have some, but we are running out of time, so I will skip. And I think my colleagues, Professor Inui and Professor Dr. Michael Conway has already shown a lot of images. So this time you have to bear with me with only the presentation, literary presentation of some texts. Monastic life was the core of the religious practice in the early Buddhism, where women were considered to be a hindrance to observe the practice. In the Samyutta Nikaya, it is said, Itti Malang Brahmacharyasa, which means women are the stain of the religious life. A number of Buddhist canonical texts suggest discrimination against women, such as the Buddha's reluctance to allow women to enter the Sangha, the subordinate status of the bhikkhunis under the 8 strict conditions, Atthagarudhamma, 5 obstructions of a woman, her incapability to become a Buddha, and so on. Among all these, the episode of Mahapajapati Gautami asking the Buddha to allow her and her fellow women to renounce the household and live an ordained life following the teachings of the Dhamma and Vinaya, and the Buddha's reluctance to accept the women in the Sangha is often discussed to indicate the discrimination of women in Buddhism. However, once the women were accepted in the Sangha, so far as the attainment of enlightenment is concerned, there was no difference between a man and a woman practitioner. In the Pali Nikayas and Chinese Agama texts, we find enough examples of women arahats that confirm this fact. The Therigatha alone contains beautiful verses depicting the experience of the enlightened women and proves that the door to Nibbana was open for the men and women as well, as expressed in the following verse from the Samyutta Nikaya. Yassa etadisang yanang itthiya purisassava save etena yanena Nibbana seva santiketi. The concept of 5 obstacles and its countermeasure. With the emergence of Mahayana Buddhism in around 1st century AD, the focus of enlightenment had a shift from the Arahathood to Bodhisattvahood and Buddhahood. Accordingly, it influenced the notion of enlightenment of the women as well, and it was a matter of concern if a woman can become a Buddha. In the background of this problem, as it is said, there was an established thought that a woman cannot become a Buddha because of the 5 obstacles clinging to her since her birth as a woman. The 5 obstacles are the 5 highest or powerful ranks that a woman cannot attain, that is the rank of a Brahma, a Shakra, a universal monarch, a guardian deity or Mara, and a Buddha. Scholars say that it was already established before the Mahayana Buddhism. In Pali texts also we find reference to it as 5 impossibilities, that is 5 places which are impossible for a woman to attain. However, a close textual examination of it says that it was a later interpolation. According to Professor Yuichi Kajiyama, it was established during the sectarian Buddhism. The early Mahayana texts such as the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, the Ashtasahasrika Prajnaparamita Sutra, the larger and smaller Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra, and many more, being concerned about this problem, thought of a countermeasure that if these 5 obstacles are inherent in a woman can achieve the Buddhahood by transforming her body to a male body. This is expressed with the phrase Henjo Nanshi in Japanese, which literally means transformation to a man or to a male body. I would like to explain it as enumerated in the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, which is popularly known as the Lotus Sutra. The 5 obstacles and the salvation of women in the Lotus Sutra. In the 11th chapter of the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, it is called Stupa Sangdarshana Parivarta, we find the following episode. Once Manjushri Bodhisattva preached the profound teachings of the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra in the ocean, in the abode of the Naga king, Sagara. When Manjushri told to Prajnakuta Bodhisattva that hearing the teaching, the 8-year-old daughter of Sagara, the Naga king, was fit to attain the supreme perfect enlightenment, Samyak Sambodhi, Prajnakuta Bodhisattva expressed his doubt and said that even Shakyamuni Buddha strived diligently for thousands of kalpas, performed meritorious deeds, sacrificed his body for the beings, and only then could he become a perfectly enlightened one. So it was difficult for him to believe that the daughter of the Naga king was able to attain the supreme perfect enlightenment in a moment. Then immediately the daughter of the Naga king appeared and proclaimed that she had obtained the enlightenment, Sambodhi, and the Tathagata himself was witness to it. Hearing this, Venerable Shariputra showed his doubt, saying that it was not possible as there was no example of a woman attaining Buddhahood. Na chadyapi buddhattam prapnoti. Until today, no woman had achieved the following 5 ranks. That is the rank of a Brahma, a Shakra, a guardian deity of the 4 quarters, Maharaja, a universal monarch, Chakravartin, and a Bodhisattva who is incapable of sliding back, Abhivartika Bodhisattva. Ultimately, the female sex of the daughter of the king Sagara disappeared, the male sex appeared, and she preached the Dharma as an enlightened one, endowed with 32 marks of a great being, Mahapurusha Lakshana. Thus, Prajnakuta Bodhisattva had doubts on her obtaining the supreme enlightenment in a moment without any hardship, and Venerable Shariputra also had doubts, as attainment of the supreme enlightenment was very difficult for anyone, whosoever. At the same time, he was surprised too, because it was an unprecedented occurrence. This part of the Lotus Sutra is quoted very often as an example of gender discrimination in Buddhism. Here, attention should be paid to the term adyapi in Sanskrit, which means to this day, until today, still, yet, etc. If no woman has occupied these 5 places so far, it does not mean that she cannot attain it in the future. Instead of taking it as Venerable Shariputra's refusal to accept her enlightenment, we may simply interpret the statement as his astonishment. He questioned with astonishment for such a wonderful and incredible thing that he had never heard of before. The date of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra is around the 1st century AD. It was transmitted to China at an early age, and because of its popularity, soon translated into Chinese. There are 6 Chinese translations of it, but only 3 of them are extant. Those are Zenfa Huaching, in Japanese we call Sho Hokei Kyo, by Dharmaraksha in 286, and Maufalia Huaching, Myoho Renge Kyo by Kumarajiva in 406, and Tianpin Mya Fa Lian Huaching, Tempong Myoho Renge Kyo by Gyanagupta and Dharmagupta in 601. Let us examine the first two early translations. In the Sanskrit text of the Lotus Sutra, it is written 5 places or ranks, Panchasthanani, that a woman has not yet attained. When Dharmaraksha translated the Lotus Sutra into Chinese in 286 AD, he followed the Sanskrit interpretation and used the term Wu Goi, which means 5 places or ranks. But after him, the text was translated by Kumarajiva in 406 AD using a different expression. He used the term Wusang Gosho, which means 5 obstructions or obstacles. Besides, Kumarajiva's translation adds the following comments. As a reply to the Dragon King's, Naga King's daughter, Shariputra says, "You say that you will soon attain the highest path. This is difficult to believe. Why is this? Because the female body is polluted. It is not a fit vessel for the dharma. How can you attain the highest enlightenment?" So this part of translation is from Kubo and Uema of 1993. Here we can see Kumarajiva's translation gives a reason to why a woman cannot become a Buddha, that is, because of her impure body. But according to the earliest textual tradition, the Buddha never made a distinction between a male body and a female body. Both of them are impure, asubha for him. Even his own body he characterizes as filthy, putikaya, as we find in the Samyutta Nikaya. In the path of brahmacharya, a woman is considered as a mala, stain, as I mentioned already. However, when fulfilling the brahmacharya, whether one is a man or a woman, the opposite sex is always filthy. This part of Shariputra's comment is neither found in the Sanskrit texts nor in the translation of Dharmaraksha. Various reasons are stated, such as his translation is based on a manuscript from Kucha. The Devadatta chapter, where his discriminatory statement is written, did not exist originally in the translation of Kumarajiva, etc. With all these ambiguities, the fact is that it has been handed down to us as Kumarajiva's translation and is used widely. However, one thing is evident, that when the text traveled from India to China through Central Asia, it was influenced by the local thoughts of the time, and later interpolations of gender discrimination could be possible. It shows how place and time affected translating and interpreting the Buddhist texts. Five obstacles and influence of the Lotus Sutra in Japan. As I mentioned already, that the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra was transmitted to China as early as in the 3rd century AD, as it is confirmed from the translation of Dharmaraksha in 286. It was then transmitted to Korea in 4th century AD, and then to Japan, most probably in 6th century AD, with the introduction of Buddhism to Japan. Although Dharmaraksha's translation is earlier and much closer to the Sanskrit text, but Kumarajiva's translation gained popularity in China and later in Japan too, because his translation was easy to understand. With this popularity, it seems the concepts of the 5 obstacles and the impure body of the women were founded strongly as well in Japan. Women grieving on having the 5 obstacles and wishing to get rid of it by transforming them to a male body that ultimately leads them to the attainment of enlightenment is narrated in many Japanese classical literatures, like the tale of Prince Genji of the beginning of 11th century, the tale of the Heike of 13th century, and many more. The 5 obstacles were not known commonly in ancient Japan. It appeared in the Nara period, that is 8th century, and from Heian period, from 8th to 12th century onwards, it penetrated the society and culture until the present day, leaving its impression particularly in various spheres of social and religious activities. So I present here one example of the influence of Lotus Sutra, focusing on the episode of the daughter of the Naga king Sagara. There is a Buddhist ceremony in Japan called Hokke Hakko, which is a series of lectures on the 8 volumes of the Lotus Sutra on 8 sessions. It was first organized by Huiming, a Buddhist monk of Tang dynasty. In Japan, it was organized for the first time in 796 by Gonso. He did it in order to perform the memorial service for the deceased mother of a fellow monk called Eiko of Iwauchi temple. On the 3rd day of this ceremony, the Devadatta chapter of the Lotus Sutra is chanted. This chapter is well known for the attainment of Buddhahood of the evil people, sinful people, represented by Devadatta, and attainment of Buddhahood by women represented by the daughter of Naga king, Sagara, where the 5 obstacles and Naga daughter's transformation into a man to attain the supreme enlightenment is narrated. It is known as the Itsumaki no Hi or Gokan no Hi, the day of the 5th volume of the Lotus Sutra, as the Devadatta chapter is in the 5th volume. The ceremony of this day is the most magnificent ritual part of the entire ceremony. There is a temple in Yamagata prefecture called Ryuo-son Zenpoji, where the Naga king Sagara of the Lotus Sutra is worshipped with his 3rd daughter, who represents the enlightenment of the women in the Lotus Sutra, even though after transforming her body into a male one. So this is the temple, and this is written the Naga king, Lord Naga king, perhaps I should translate. And here this is the name of the Naga king and his daughter, Naga daughter. So I should now conclude my talk, and in several of early Mahayana sutras like the Ashtasahasrika Pragyaparamita Sutra, Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra, and other Pure Land texts, special attention is paid to the attainment of the Buddhahood and rebirth in the Pure Land of a woman. It was a kind of women's liberation movement of the time, applying the method of transforming to a male body. Here also the concept of the 5 obstacles exists in the background. With this notion of the 5 obstacles in the background, the early Mahayana texts specifically stressed on the salvation of women and their rebirth in the Pure Land. Most probably the concept of 5 obstacles was used to highlight the possibility for the salvation of women, even women who have polluted bodies, and 5 obstacles can attain the Buddhahood, a key point of Mahayana Buddhism. But unfortunately, in the course of time, the notion of the 5 obstacles was given more importance and the enlightenment of the women than the enlightenment of the women. Late Professor Waka Shirato of Otani University says, it seems that the issue of attaining Buddhahood, overcoming the 5 obstacles, which the Lotus Sutra originally intended to say, has instead come to be perceived emphasizing the women with 5 obstacles, not the attainment of enlightenment. Thus, intentionally or not, sometimes we find the different interpretations of the original ideas, which in the long run may give birth to many social problems. With this, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dash, for your presentation. This is very relevant and topical. Next presentation will be by Professor Siddharth Singh, who is Director of Vivekananda Cultural Center Embassy of India, Tokyo. Now, before the presentation by Professor Singh, may I request Professor Dash to come on once again to give a brief introduction of our director, please.
Thank you, Mr. Watanabe. I feel very honored and fortunate to get the opportunity to introduce Professor Siddharth Singh. Actually, before I introduce him and his research area, I must thank him for his more day and night effort to make this conference successful. Thank you so much, Professor Singh. Without you, it would not have been possible, actually.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Professor Siddharth Singh is currently the director of Vivekananda Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo. And in a permanent position, he is professor of Pali and Buddhist studies at esteemed.
Professor Dash, may I take a moment just to interrupt you, if you don't mind?
Yes, sure. Please.
President ICCR has joined, and
okay.
if you allow me to introduce him first,
yes.
so that we could have
I think yes
afterwards. So it would be. I'm really sorry for this because, but unfortunately, President ICCR has been very busy nowadays. You know, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated Kushinagar Airport, and after that, so in this
no problem. Please carry on. We understand. Yes.
So, minasan konnichiwa. Thanks a lot for your presence here, and thanks a lot for your thought-provoking and scholarly paper, Professor Dash. Now we are honored by the gracious presence of Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe, an illustrious scholar and president of Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Government of India. He has very kindly accepted our invitation and he is with us today. Sir, we warmly welcome you on behalf of the organizing committee of this conference and Embassy of India in Japan. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe doesn't need any introduction in India and for Indians living abroad. But since we have a good number of audience from Japan, therefore it is my humble duty to give a brief introduction of Dr. Sahasrabuddhe. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe is a true polymath in the real sense of term. He is the president of ICCR since January 2018, in addition to being a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, upper house of Indian Parliament, and has represented the state of Maharashtra since July 2016. Currently, he is also the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, Women, Children, and Youth and Sports. During 2014 to 2020, Dr. Sahasrabuddhe was the National Vice President of Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, India's principal ruling party. Dr. Sahasrabuddhe is a renowned scholar and has authored or edited over half a dozen books in Marathi and English, a couple of which have received distinguished awards. It is a privilege for us to invite Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe to address the audience. Thanks a lot for accepting our invitation, sir. Over to you.
Sikigosi, President of the Otani University, Venerable Dhammapiya, Secretary General of the International Buddhist Association, Sri Sanjay Kumar Verma, India's ambassador to Japan, the director of ICCR Center in Japan, all the distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, konnichiwa, hajime mashite, and a very good evening, because while here it is afternoon, I'm sure in Japan, it must be a good evening. I'm extremely delighted to extend my warm greetings to all of you on the occasion of this conference with the theme Transformations of Figures and Themes in Buddhist Literature from India to Japan. Friends, I'm tempted to quote what Hajime Nakamura, one of the most celebrated Buddhist scholars in Japan, had said about India-Japan relationship. And I quote, "For centuries, India has, in her own characteristic way, been exercising her influence on the thought and culture of Japan. Without Indian influence, Japanese culture would have been different. As most Japanese profess the Buddhist faith, needless to say, they have generally been influenced by Indian ideas to a great extent." I believe what the scholar Hajime Nakamura had said is being experienced by all our delegates who have gathered physically or virtually and participated in this conference. Friends, since ancient times, Japan has accommodated Indian elements mainly through Buddhism, which led to the formation of the Japanese civilization. The earliest, most celebrated Indian to visit Japan was Bodhisena, a Buddhist monk from Madurai, a city in South India, who arrived there in 736 CE. He performed the eye-opening ceremony of the giant bronze statue of Buddha at the emperor's request at Todaji Temple at Nara in 752 AD. Friends, the painting of the half-closed eyes of the magnificent statue was said to have been done by him, and it symbolizes the message of peace and serenity conveyed by the Buddha. Bodhisena contributed not only to the field of education, religion, and art, but he also influenced the style of Japanese life. Bodhisena was appointed to teach Sanskrit at a college in Nara, and there he taught Indian legends from Indian mythology. He also taught the Siddham script of Sanskrit and contributed to the development of Kegon Buddhism in Japan. There is a theory that Bodhisena devised the katakana syllabary, a Japanese phonetic alphabet. Friends, after the arrival of Buddhism, Arya Dhamma, a Buddhist monk from Rajagriha, Bihar in India, seems to have entered Japan via China in 645 CE. In addition to teaching the Sanskrit language, Arya Dharma introduced various rituals, including Jion rituals, which became the origin of the Jion festival, one of the greatest festivals of the city of Kyoto. He also initiated the ancient rituals of Konapira, which motivated the foundation of the Konapira Maya Shrine, the most famous Shinto shrine in Kagawa Prefecture, one of the most popular pilgrimages in Japan. Konapira is Japanese version of the Sanskrit word Kumbhara with the Pali word Kumbhila. As the meaning of Kumbhira or Kumbhila is the crocodile, the shrine too was originally dedicated to Konapira Diangojen, a Japanese version of the Hindu crocodile deity Kumira of the holy river Ganga. Friends, therefore, it is pertinent to know how closely Indian culture is embedded in the Japanese past and present And a bright example of such deeper linkages is Japanese temples containing the statues of various deities. Numerous major and minor deities ubiquitously present in Japan and Japanese temples have their origin in the ancient Indian pantheon of gods and goddesses. But since these deities were introduced to Japan via China with Chinese names, Japanese people, in most of the cases, perhaps are not aware of the original names. Friends, the origin of most of them is found in deities of the Vedic religion. And so much research has already been done on that. I believe I did not elaborately explain all these things. I hope that this conference not only will deal with ancient Indian connection with Japan synthetically, both in moral and material cultures with Buddhist and non-Buddhist elements, and search for the characteristics of the two civilizations on peculiarity, on commonness and commonness. It is also expected for ancient interchanges among civilizations and throw light on deepening our civilizational links. I believe that this conference must have already deliberated on this. And before I close, friends, let me share with you two of the important initiatives of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations insofar as Buddhist studies and Buddhism in general are concerned. Friends, taking forward in connoissance with the mandate envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister of India under the project Revival of India as a global center of Buddhist culture and tourism with special focus on Bodh Gaya, the Indian Council of Cultural Relations, and I'm happy to share with you, will collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism to organize the first global Buddhist conference as part of the flagship event of the Government of India's International Buddhist Conclave with Navanalanda Mahavihara as our academic partner. I very much look forward to the participation of our friends from Japan, several scholars and others as well who have been working for Buddhist literature and Buddhist culture as well. We will be very happy to welcome a strong delegation from Japan. I'm also happy to announce that Indian Council for Cultural Relations has now taken a call and instituted an award for an eminent Buddhist scholar who must have contributed to the discipline of Buddhist studies in a significant manner. Every year, such award will be given, and the candidate to be awarded such award will be selected by a process laid down under the relevant rules and regulations by juries. Such awardee will be selected, and we will be very happy to honor Buddhist scholars from all parts of the world who have significantly contributed the discipline of Buddhist studies. Friends, with these two important announcements sharing with you, once again, I thank the organizers, all the participants who must have contributed in this churning of ideas and concepts. And I'm sure these deliberations will go a long way in deepening our understanding about Buddhism, Buddhist culture, and Buddhist literature, particularly in the context of this conference. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe, President ICCR. Honorable Sir, thank you for your most encouraging speech. Now, moving on, we'll have a presentation by our very own Professor Siddharth Singh, Director, Vivekanand Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo.
So, sorry, friends, but we are very happy that we could hear from ICCR President's Director. So, and now I would like to continue it with our panelists. The next one, fourth one, will be Professor Siddharth Singh. Is currently Director of Vivekananda Cultural Center, Embassy of India, Tokyo, and he is in a permanent position as a Professor of Pali and Buddhist Studies at the esteemed Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi in India. He is awarded by Badarayana Vyasa President Award in 2005 for his contribution to Pali language and literature. He has been the recipient of Fulbright Senior Fellowship 2011-12 and Japan Foundation Fellowship 2003-4. In addition to being an ICCR Chair Professor of Indian Studies at Uppsala University, Sweden, and visiting professor at Karlstad University, Sweden, and Hyderabad Central University, India. He has published 3 books and several academic papers. And today he is going to give his lecture on the history of Pali studies and in Japan and contribution of Chizza Nakanoma. Just for your information, I must share this information actually that Professor Chizza Nakanoma, he was a professor in Otani University. And so I think Professor Siddharth Singh has chosen a very nice topic to share with us. So now I invite Professor Siddharth Singh to deliver his talk. Please.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Nichiwa, and thanks, Professor Dash, for your kind words about me. Well, as you have seen in the previous presentations, already we have discussed about the transformation of the images which were transmitted from India to Japan. And enough light has been shown by our previous scholars, and after that, Professor Dash very kindly discussed about the Mahayana literature, Lotus Sutra. And again, she did a comparative study. So shifting towards another kind of literature, the Pali studies, which has been hardly known even in Japan for long. I decided to highlight this aspect of Pali studies in Japan. And coincidentally, the scholar I selected for this job is associated with Otani University, and contribution of Honorable Chizza Nakanoma has left a great impact on my mind when 15 years back I was Japan Foundation Fellow and I was studying about doing my research on this topic. So I would start because we are running short of time. So very quickly, I'm jumping to the direct outlines of the history of Pali studies rather than giving a background of the transmission of other aspects of Indian elements to Japan. So the first effort to begin the proper study of Indian Buddhism by any Japanese scholar was made by Nanjo Bunyu from 1849 to 1927, who first introduced Sanskrit in Japan and laid the foundation of Indian Buddhist studies in Japan. At the suggestion of Frederick Max Muller, he studies Sanskrit under A.A. MacDonald, one of the Muller's students. As you know that MacDonald and A.B. Keith, these two scholars have been instrumental in bringing Vedic index. So A. MacDonald was another very significant scholar of Sanskrit studies. Nanjo returned to Japan with master's degree in 1884, and the following year, he began to teach Sanskrit at the University of Tokyo. One of the most significant contributions of Nanjo to Sanskrit and Buddhist studies was a catalogue of Chinese translation of Buddhist Tripitaka, the sacred canon of the Buddhists in China and Japan, which was published from Oxford, which was considered as the only source to the Chinese version of Buddhist Tripitaka for European and American scholars who do not read Asian languages. His work here includes publications with H-kern of the text of Sadharma Pundarik Sutra. As you know, that Lotus Sutra, which was presented by Professor Dash, is known as Sadharma Pundarik Sutra in Sanskrit. the Lankavatara Sutra, and the Sumarna Prabhas Sutra with Izumi Hokkei. The interest in Pali Buddhism in Japan was first shown by the priest of Jodo, Shinshu, who went to the countries like Thailand, Sri Lanka, around 1890 in Meiji Jidai, Meiji period, to have a better understanding of Theravada Buddhism. But since they were more inclined to make connections with leading monks and monasteries than giving any significant contribution to the Pali literature, the study of Pali Buddhism could not be started in Japan. It was about 1900 and nearly 70 years later than in Europe that the study of Pali texts began in Japan. During that time, the mutual relationship between the Chinese and Pali text was a subject of great interest to the Pali scholars engaged in research. The popular opinion was that there was not a single Chinese translated directly from Pali, outside the extant Chinese Tripitaka. The scholar Junjiro Takakusu held the opposite view and claimed that the Chinese translation of Samanta Pasadika, the commentary of Vinaya Pitaka, is directly translated from Pali text. Earlier in 1883, Nanjo Bunyu had tried to compare the Pali texts such as the Vinaya Pitaka of Pali literature, Dhammapada, the four Nikayas, Milinda Paihon, and so on, with their counterparts in Chinese. Takakusu also had proved that the 7 books of Pali Abhidhamma were quite different from the 7th Chinese translation of the Abhidharma of Sarvastivadins. On the initiative of Takakusu, Pali studies in Japan began with comparative research between the Pali and the Chinese texts. Born in Hiroshima Prefecture on 17th May 1866, Takakusu was educated from 1884 to 1889 in a school run by Nishi Honganji. In 1890, he began studying Sanskrit and Sanskrit literature under Frederick Max Muller at Oxford, where he received his bachelor degree in 1894. He studied Pali, Tibetan, Mongolian, Indian philosophy, and other related subjects at the German universities of Kiel, Berlin, and Leipzig. During his stay in London, Takakusu translated the Sanskrit title Amitaryu Dhyana Sutra into English, and Iching's records of his travels to India entitled A Record of the Buddhist Religion as Practiced in India and the Malay Archipelago. He also edited the Pali text of Samanta Pasadika in collaboration with Nagai Makoto and Mizuno Kogen. Through these works, he made a remarkable contribution to the international advancement of Indian and Buddhist studies by introducing Chinese sources that were otherwise not accessible to Western Indologists. Takakusu also devoted himself to collecting and editing various kinds of research materials found in Japan and elsewhere. His efforts in this direction resulted in the publication of Upanishaddo Gensho, a Japanese translation of 115 Upanishads with introductory descriptions and notes, and the Nanden Daizokyo and the Taisho Shinshu Daizokyo. The Japanese scholars who followed him engaged themselves in researches in the field of early Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism, and historical studies on the development of the Buddhist texts, etc. Masaharu Anezaki indicated the correspondence between the Sagathavagga. You know, Sagathavagga is a large chapter of Samyukta Nikaya, and a part of Samyuktagam of the Chinese translation. He further published the Sutta Nipat in Chinese and the 4 Agamas in Chinese, making a detailed comparison between the 5 Pali Nikayas and the 4 Chinese Agamas. K. Watanabe published his article entitled A Chinese Collection of Itibuttaka, another Pali text. B. Shio dealt with the relation between the Abhidhamma Pitak in Pali and the Chinese Abhidharma works of Sarvastivadins. In 1990, M. Nagai clarified the intimate connection between the Chinese Vimutti Magga and Pali Visuddhi Magga. Later, young scholars like R. Higata, B. Watanabe, and others continued their researches in this field. Their results have been published in the footnotes of Taisho, Shinshu, Daizokyo, and other publications. In regard to Japanese translation of the Pali text, S. Tachibana, who had studied in Ceylon, had since 1902 published many of them. They have been compiled in the Koku Yaku Daizokyo. Takakusu, as editor-in-chief, completed in 1941 the whole translation of Pali Tripitaka, including some important texts that fall outside the Tripitaka in 65 volumes under the title Nanden Daizokyo. This work, which marked the culmination of his activities, kept him occupied for 6 years with the combined efforts of the whole field of Pali studies in Japan. Now I would like to highlight the contribution of Chizza Nakanoma. One of the most illustrious Japanese Pali scholars was Chizza Nakanoma. As a professor of Otani University in Kyoto, which is fortunately our partner to organize this conference, he specialized in Pali literature and undertook its comparison with Mahayana thought by introducing modern scientific methods in the study of Buddhism. Two of his many publications are the comparative catalog of Chinese Agamas and Pali Nikayas and a dictionary of Indian Buddhist proper names, which have immensely contributed to the present-day study of Pali. Akanuma was born in 1884 at Nagaoka, Niigata Prefecture, and in due course succeeded to the incumbency of Jogan Temple of the Otani branch of Shinshu, Pureland Buddhism. In 1908, he graduated from Otani University and entered the postgraduate course to continue his study of Buddhism. Meanwhile, he became a member of Buddhist association Kokodo, founded by Manshi Kiyozawa, another celebrated scholar, one who exerted a great influence in the field of Buddhism. With Shugaku Yamabe, who also later became a professor at Otani University, he founded Shoyo Sha Association to publish a monthly Buddhist magazine, Katei Kowa. In 1910, he was given a denominational title of Sozu and also an academic degree, Giko, by the university and the authorities of Otani Ha order for his thesis on studies on Pali Mahaparinibbana Sutta. In March 1915, he left for Ceylon with S. Yamabe by order of the high priest, who wished young scholars to continue their studies on Buddhism in Ceylon and England. During his 2.5 years stay in Ceylon, Akanuma studied the Pali text under the guidance of Yanissara Thed at Maligakanda, Colombo. In November 1917, he left for England to study Buddhism and returned to Japan with Yamabe in 1990. In September, he was appointed professor of Otani University and devoted himself to lectures, research, and publication of his works. Having won the higher title of Dai Sojo, he became tutor of young successors to the high priest, the chief librarian of Otani University, and in addition, a member of educational board of the sect. After his father's death, he wished to resign from professorship, but was persuaded by others to remain in his post. His family left him in Kyoto to return to his home in Jogan Temple, Nagaoka, in July of the same year, when he was home for a vacation. He was seriously injured in an accident. In September, he went to Kyoto as he was fairly well, but at the end of October, he returned to Nagaoka for recuperation. His condition became grave and complications set in, and he was bestowed the title of Gon Sojo by the Otani branch of Shinshu. On the 30th of November 1937, he passed away at the age of 54. His work, a comparative catalogue of Chinese Agamas and Pali Nikayas, which is known as Kampa Shibu Shiagon Goshoroku in Japanese, was a highly acclaimed piece of work. This was written while he was studying the Pali text in Colombo, though it was published later. For the convenience of his own studies, because the 4 Agamas in Chinese by Anezaki was not available to him. It should be noted that in Anezaki's work, the comparison of Ekottaragam with Anuttar Nikaya is briefly dealt with, while the latter has not been assessed in respect to Ekottaragam, and that Anezaki adopts a difficult method of comparison in which the Chinese texts have been restored to their original forms before the comparisons, though it contains many useful footnotes. On the other hand, Akanuma adopts a method of comparison which follows the present forms of text, because his purpose was to provide convenience in reading the texts. Moreover, Akanuma gives references to the Taisho Daizo Kyo and Shukusatsu Daizo Kyo as well. Akanuma mentions the identical and similar sutras and gathas of both canons, covering 2,100 Chinese and 18,000 Pali texts. His intention seems to have been to revise and give in detail the section of Agamas outside Nanzo's catalogue. He dedicated his work to his teacher Yanisara there as a token of deep gratitude. In 1931, Akanuma published another magnum opus, the Dictionary of Indian Buddhist Proper Names, Indo-Bukkyo Koyu Meishi Jiten, another significant work in the field of Buddhist studies. With the main exception of Mahayana section, the work was undertaken because of his desire to study the Chinese, Sanskrit, and Pali texts. He spent more than 15 years compiling his card indexes. A special difficulty he had to face was the fact that many words had several meanings in their Chinese translations. The following may be mentioned as the special features of the books, of his book. Names are listed according to the Pali, which is the head title. Then follow Sanskrit and Chinese translation according to the pronunciation of the original word. Under each title are given the summaries or quotations from the text in Sanskrit, Pali, and Chinese. Generally speaking, there is an inclusion of persons and places connected with Buddhist history and with Buddhist legends. Akanuma book in 3 parts connected with doctrinal research, namely Bukkyo Kyori no Kenkyu, studies on Buddhist doctrines. Genshi Bukkyo no Kenkyu, studies on early Buddhism. And Bukkyo Kyoten Shinron, historical studies on the Buddhist texts, were published posthumously in 1937. These books, as well as his previous work, the Agon no Bukkyo, Buddhism in Agamas, which was published in 1921, have been highly appreciated by these scholars. Many suttas of the Pali Tripitaka were translated by Akanuma from Pali to Japanese, like Mahali Sutta of Digha Nikaya, Sagathavagga of Sanyutta Nikaya, and in the Agon no Bukkyo too, many translations from the Pali text are found. Akanuma also translated many acclaimed books of Buddhism from English to Japanese, like Buddhism, a sketch of life and teachings of Gautama the Buddha by Thomas William Rhys-Davids, and The Life or Legend of Gautama by P. Bigandet. These were the fruits of efforts to which Akanuma's whole life had been dedicated. mainly the comparative study on the Buddhist text covering the fields of Sanskrit, Pali, and Chinese. His works have been of many benefits in the field of Buddhism and continue to be so to this time. Buddhist research in Japan is full of variety because of the methods of study followed, the schools and specialized sections selected, etc. It should be noticed, however, that none of these researches would have been possible without the splendid achievements of the above-mentioned scholars and many other Japanese scholars. The comparative study of literature is now regarded as an essential and fundamental step to all advanced researches. And fortunately, during the last more than 100 years, Japanese scholars have had both the ability and opportunity to publish the results of their comparative studies. Pali and Buddhist studies is indebted to sincere Japanese scholarship that has made great progress with the achievement of tremendous academic results, in which the contribution of Chizza Nakanoma is of eternal value. Thanks a lot for your kind and patient hearing. Domo arigatou gozaimashita. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Now, moving on, I would like to invite Dr. Christy Chang, who is Joint President of International Buddhist Confederation. Before commencing the presentation, however, I would like to ask Professor Singh to come back on again to give a brief introduction of Dr. Christy Chang and her presentation for today, please.
Thanks a lot, Taichi-san. It is a great pleasure and privilege for me to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Christy Chang. Dr. Christy Chang has been known to me through different occasions, and I'm so happy to see you here, Dr. Chang. And please provide me a few minutes to introduce you, and after that, it would be a pleasure for us to hear you. Dr. Chang was president of Shakyadhit International Association of Buddhist Women between 2009 to 2013. And you know, the Shakyadhit International Association of Buddhist Studies is dedicated to the women's studies in Buddhism, and it is a lot of almost all the scholars of Buddhism who are related with gender studies are in some way or another way associated with Shakyadhit International Association. And she is currently one of the 8 joint presidents of the International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, which is our partner to organize this conference. Professionally, Dr. Chang is a prolific linguist, translator, and educator, and has won various awards, such as the Mentor of the Year Award 2003 in Taiwan, the Buddhist Peace Activist Award from India 2016, the International Tara Award from Thailand 2017, and the Outstanding Women in Buddhism Award, Thailand 2018. Dr. Chang is associated with so many philanthropic work also in different capacities, which is not possible to elaborate all of those. So it is a pleasure for me to invite Dr. Chang for your interesting and thought-provoking speech. Over to you, Dr. Chang. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for your very kind introduction, Director Professor Singh. Please allow me to share my PowerPoints. Are you seeing my PowerPoint now?
Yes.
Good.
Could you please share the screen?
Yes. Let me just, okay. Is this looking good?
Yeah, it's
All right. So namaste, konnichiwa, and ni hao, ami tuofo. That's how we Buddhists in Taiwan greet each other. That's Amitabha in the Chinese language. And if you happen to visit Taiwan after the pandemic is over, chances are big that you will encounter a Buddhist in Taiwan, because 80% of the population in Taiwan actually self-claim to be Buddhist. So if you just say Amitofo, you will be very well received. I hope you are not too tired at this moment, having listened to so many talks, wonderful talks. I myself have learned so much from each of the talks, but allow me to perhaps refresh you a little bit by playing just a very short chant or singing. Actually, lately I've been involved in experimenting this pop music style of singing Amitabha. So let me play this, and I will also like to send my best wishes to you through this. All right. May we all be, excuse me. I'm sorry. Actually, I was to speak.
Dr. Chang, it seems your audio has stopped. Could you please confirm your connection? Dr. Chang?
Well, perhaps Dr. Chang, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Somehow the connection is broken.
Connection was lost.
Yeah, sorry about that. Let me bring back my PowerPoint. Are you seeing my PowerPoint now?
Yes, but you will have to share the screen.
Yes, I am doing that. Okay, right. So you can see better now? Yes. Is this better? Good. Can you see now?
Yes.
Just to confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so back to what I was trying to say. Thank you again for having me here, having me join and learn and to share some of my thoughts. Although actually this is definitely not my area of expertise. As Professor Singh briefly mentioned, I'm trained as a linguist. My role here is more representing, as one of the 8 joint presidents for International Buddhist Confederation. I'm trained, like I say, I did my master's and PhD in linguistics from the University of Hawaii. And having gone through all the formal trainings in phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, I never did try to learn Sanskrit or Pali languages. But I have chosen the track of anthropologically based linguistics, and I'm trained in ethnographic methods. And for the past 20 years, before the pandemic took place, professionally, I ran study abroad programs, all for world peace. So I received potentially 300 American universities. I received students to study the Chinese language and culture in Taiwan. And I taught linguistics, and I trained language teachers and translators. And I've been a volunteer for many international Buddhist communities, as Professor Singh has also kindly introduced. But what I can share, I feel, for this conference, for this gathering, is that throughout my years of extensive traveling in India, I have very deep karma with India and Japan. I have had puzzles, and it is because of this, invitation to speak at this conference, I started to really dig inside to find answers for my puzzles. And so what I'm going to share with you will be an ethnographic account with Buddhist reflections and conclusions, more from a practitioner's perspective, as my Dharma name actually is Jingxing, and pure faith, and I'm following Otani University's motto. I really appreciate this beautiful motto, be real. I'm gonna just be real and follow my heart to share with you what I have observed. So, well, I've been a participant observer through extensive traveling with, all these ethnographic methods I carried with me. And to India, I've been to India tons of times. The first time in 2002. I landed in Delhi first, but very soon, I took off for Hyderabad. That was before the international terminal was, built. So it was like an eye-opening experience for me. And actually for that trip, I was sent by my employer, this NGO NPO, one of the largest NGO NPO organization named Council on International Educational Exchange based in the States. Back then, they sent me as a representative to escort many American professors in religions, history, philosophy to, Hyderabad, University of Hyderabad for an international faculty development seminar. And because my colleague heard that I'm a linguist, so they particularly schedule a trip, an additional trip actually, to Nagarjunakonda. And before I know what Nagarjunakonda was, really, that's how flexible, our Indian friends are. They just made it happen like that. And of course, I visited Delhi as well with a group of professors, Taj Mahal, and later I also joined our founding president of Sakyadhita International, Professor Kamalekshe Somo, all the way up to Spiti. That was my first trip. I made it up to the Indian side of Himalayas already. And then there were also many times of traveling to India through the IBC gathering for sure. And very different from other Buddhists. My first trip to Bodh Gaya, in Bihar, immediately I actually went to the court, not to the Mahabodhi temple. I went to the court to help settle some conditions to establish the Sanghamitra Institute in Bodh Gaya, for the nuns from the Himalayas, and also it's made into an international center for peace training. And I also organized the 13th Sakyadhita conference in Vaishali, 2013, which was a 7-day conference, followed by 8-day pilgrimage tour. We brought to Vaishali, the wonderful place name mentioned by one, our Professor Inui too. We brought about 500, 600 participants from around 40 countries to Vaishali to have this great conference. And of course, before that, I also went to Vaishali several times in order to help organize. So that's my travel to India. And Japan, well, I have a so-called Haji husband, a great fan of Japan, who has, my husband has such a crush on Japan that he even decided to purchase real estate in Japan, in Kyoto. I have many friends in Japan. I have many Japanese friends, both Buddhists and non-Buddhists. And even till today, I've been singing every Sunday with a group of opera, singers in Japan. And my most recent visit before the pandemic was to Otani University in October 2019. So thank you once again, Professor Shobha Ranidash and our Otani University for having hosted me. Well, I mentioned, during my travels in Japan and in India, especially in Japan, I have, observed, because growing up in the Mahayana Chinese culture, although I didn't become a Buddhist until I went to Hawaii, that's my karma. And yet, having grown up in Taiwan, in the textbooks, in history, everything was telling me that, wow, Buddhism in Japan was transmitted from China. And my impression was from China only. That was my impression. So I'm learning a lot today. And so, of course, when I saw Zen Buddhism in Japan, no problem. Yeah, it's very similar. And that's what I expected. But then I also started recognizing a lot more figures not found in the Mahayana Chinese tradition. And I also started thinking, oh, were those influences from Shinto, maybe? Also in India, in Bodh Gaya, I saw a beautiful bridge connecting, from the Burmese Bihar side to the Sanghamitra Institute, across the river. There's this beautiful white bridge. And I asked, oh, who built that? It was the Japanese Buddhists who built that. And there were stupas in Bodh Gaya and also elsewhere. So the Japanese Buddhists have contributed to many, many things in India too. And so I also started to wonder a relationship. And also there were intermarriages, right, between the Japanese and Indian friends. I was, honestly, quite surprised because in my, of course, very stereotypical mind and assumptions and understanding, the Japanese are super punctual and the Indians are super flexible. So to have intermarriage between the two sides was very, eye-opening, interesting, mind-opening to me. And I got very curious as well. And because of this invitation to join this conference to talk here, I started doing my research on the direct relationship between India and Japan. And of course, Buddhism is my particular concern. And after some Google researching, right, I found many useful information there, right there. The YouTube link, I believe that's a very very well done work by the Indian diplomacy. Indian deities worship in Japan. I learned immediately so much about the transformation from India to Japan directly, and also how Buddhism influenced Japanese culture and religion. That's another YouTube link. And how an Indian monk changed Japan forever. That's a very wonderfully done animation cartoon, okay? Introducing Bodhisena, whose name has, come up in the previous talks. And I also read a couple of articles starting with these two, Buddhism, a soft power tool in India-Japan cultural relations, and started to learn a little bit about the scholastic concerns and also like the rising role of Buddhism in India's soft power strategy. I was only given like 2 weeks, to prepare this talk. So I haven't really digged enough to all those materials, but immediately, my initial thoughts and reflections, especially having like read a bit further into Bodhisattva's story in Japan. So we know Venerable Bodhisattva was, invited by the Japanese emperor to Nara. And also he was the one who inaugurated, right, who did an eye-opening for the big Buddha in Nara, in Todaichi. But I already started thinking, where was Bodhisattva found? It was found by a Japanese ambassador in China. So I thought of interconnectedness. And Buddhism, like in some of the articles I started reading, Buddhism as a tool for soft power. I started also reflecting upon the importance, just as actually our ambassador, our Indian ambassador to Japan has mentioned in his talk, opening remarks, how Buddhist philosophy, how great Buddhist philosophy is. And Buddhism itself, I think, need to be understood, practiced, and experimented before we can maximize that as a tool. And I'm actually very happy to learn that we have so many wonderful practitioners here trying to make this happen. All I want to say basically is, I think just like how I was under that wrong assumption, wrong impression that Buddhism in Japan was from China alone, having grown up in the Chinese speaking environment. I think we want to avoid traps of ethnocentrism. And we want to avoid, the same trap as like, okay, this religion is better than another, or we should have only one religion. I think we should consider very deeply and practice the Buddha's teachings. And that's why I entitled my talk as Re-exploring Buddhism Beyond Borders, Awakening and Reconnecting with the Buddha's teachings. And the fact that I'm speaking here as a Taiwanese, taking this title as one of the joint presidents of Delhi-based, India-based International Buddhist Confederation, I'm taking part in this. I think there's a reason for that. The Buddha's teachings in dependent origination, non-self, interconnectedness, interbeing. I truly believe that there's nothing so-called like just bilateral relationship. It's been always multilateral. So that's the point. I hope to share the message I'm carrying, hopefully to also contribute to this very auspicious gathering. So thank you very much for your kind attention. There's a picture taken back in Otani University, a very lovely mural I adore so much. And thank you again for having me here.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for your wonderful presentation. It was very informative indeed. Coming up next, we have a presentation by Professor Takami Fukuda, who is Professor of Department of Buddhist Studies at the Doho University of Japan. Now, once again, I would like to request Professor Dash to come on to introduction of Professor Fukuda and his presentation for today, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watanabe. First, let me check whether Professor Fukuda is with us. Okay, Fukuda Sensei is there. So before I introduce Fukuda Sensei, we are very sorry to keep you waiting for such a long time. Although I gave you 4 o'clock your time, I'm really very, very sorry for that. And but things happen as it is, you know, so we have to accept it as it is also. I'm really so our apology for that. And now I would like to introduce Professor Takami Fukuda. He is a professor at Doho University, Japan, in the Department of Buddhist Studies. And Doho University is also a Buddhist university, just like Otani University. And currently he is also the Dean of the Faculty of Letters of the same university. And he studied at Otani University. Actually, he is my senior in that sense in the same department. And his research publications mainly covers the field of early Buddhist literature, including Bhadantarama, a Sautantrika before Vasubandhu, that is published in the Journal of International Association of Buddhist Studies 2003. So I now invite Professor Takumi Fukuda to present his paper entitled Reconsidering the Mahasudassana Sutta. But at the end, I must add one more line that I'm very much thankful to Professor Fukuda because as all of you know, that this conference was organized in a very short notice, and even more shorter notice, he accepted the invitation and very kindly he has prepared his talk for us. Thank you so much, Professor Fukuda. Fukuda Sensei, please, I invite you now.
Thank you, Professor Dash, for introducing me. And first, I would like to share my paper with everyone. So please download my paper in PDF from chat. You can download it.
Yes, Professor Fukuda, it is downloadable now.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And I also share my paper on screen. Okay. So let's begin. Good evening, or good morning, no, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. I would like to thank Embassy of India, Vivekananda Cultural Center, and Otani University for giving me such an opportunity. So let's start reconsidering the Mahasudassana Sutta. 1. Introduction. During the Meiji era, late 19th century, when modern European Buddhist studies were introduced into Japan, Japanese Buddhists were confronted with the idea that Mahayana teaching do not stem from the historical Buddha. On the one hand, scholars accepted it as a scientific fact, and on the other hand, they tried to prove that Mahayana was orthodox Buddhism that inherited the tradition since the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, even if it could not be said to be doctrine directly taught by the Buddha. Some argued that Mahayana was not the teachings of the Buddha, but the teaching that took into account the Buddha's true intention. Some argued that the Mahayana was an evolved Buddhism, and some others argued that the concepts and expressions of Mahayana were already contained in the Nikaya literature. In 1904, Bunzaburo Matsumoto published a study of Skabati. In the book, Matsumoto compared the depiction of Skabati in the Amitabha Sutra, sacred text of Pureland Buddhism widely followed in Japan, with classical Indian and early Buddhist literature. He concluded that Skabati originated from Uttarakuru in the Indian mythology and from the ancient city of Savatthi depicted in the Mahasudassana Sutta of Digha Nikaya. He also thought that the king Mahasudassana of the Mahasudassana Sutta was a Buddhist emblem of sun worship, which later developed into the Amitabha. Professor Rhys Davids dates the formation of this sutra to the 4th or 3rd century BC, but Matsumoto claims that its original form is much older and can be traced back to the Buddha himself. Among these claims of Matsumoto, the hypothesis that Mahasdasana evolved in Amitabha was rejected by many scholars, but similarities between Kshabati and Skhabati were widely accepted by the later Buddhist scholars. Professor Kotatsu Fujita also highly prized this point of Matsumoto. In fact, the descriptions in the two texts are very similar. And since then, several scholars have conducted comparative studies of these two sutras. These studies consider the Mahasdasana Sutta to be a single sutra. The Mahasdasana Sutta is, however, strongly connected to the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. In other words, Mahasdasana Sutta is a story that Buddha tells to Ananda just before his death in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. Almost all versions of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra contain the full text of the Mahasdasana Sutta in the scene before Buddha's death. In the Pali Digha Nikaya, the Mahaparinirvana Sutta and the Mahasdasana Sutta are independent sutra, but the fact remains that they are stories that Buddha tells just before his death. Therefore, when we think about the subject matter of the Mahasdasana Sutta, or the King Mahasdasana, or the meaning of the city of Kshabati, we must assume that this sutra is a part of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. From this perspective, I would like to re-examine the Mahasdasana Sutta and consider its relevance to the smaller Skhabati Vyuha or Amitabha Sutra. 2. The view of Buddha in the Nirvana Sutra. The Mahaparinirvana Sutra in the Digha Nikaya contains two different views on the Buddha. A. On the one hand, the sutta aims to record the death and funeral of the Buddha as a historical figure. B. But on the other hand, it shows a keen interest in proving the existence of the trans-historical Buddha as an eternal being. A. At the age of 80, Gautama realizes that his death is imminent and sets out on a journey along the Ganges River from the royal castle, visiting villages and towns familiar to him and meeting for a last time with the people who adored Buddha. At Vaishali, he feels severe pain and announces his death to his disciples. After that, he recovers a little, but the meal offered by Chunda makes him very ill, and he runs out of energy in Kushinara. After his death, he is cremated and his remains are distributed. These are the records of the human Buddha as a historical fact. B. On the other hand, Buddha himself talks about the universality and eternity of the Buddha. In Vaishali, he tells Ananda, since the Tathagata has mastered the 4 bases of supernatural power, he can last for eon or even longer. In addition, when receiving the offering from Chunda, he also emphasizes the great merit of worshipping the Tathagata. Further, just before his death, he talks about the past and future Buddhas and says that Buddha will definitely appear in the world even after Gautama's death. All these tell about the trans-historical Buddha as an eternal being. And the basis for such eternity of Buddha is Dhamma. Immediately after stating that he would soon pass away, he says that his disciples should henceforth take refuges in the Dhamma, instead of the Buddha. He also preaches to not depend on person, but depend on Dhamma. These teachings tells us that Buddha as Dhamma will replace the dying human Buddha. In this sense, the Mahaparinibbana Sutra already clearly expressed the idea of seeing Buddha's body as a Dharmakaya rather than as Rupakaya. 3. The theme of Mahasdasana Sutta. However, The new view on Buddha in B is not conveyed to Ananda. When he hears the Buddha can prolong life, he does not understand what it means. And when he is told to take refuge in the Dhamma, still he remains dependent on human Buddha in front of him. And fearing that Buddha will soon die, he pleads with him not to die until he goes to some big city. His attitude is not appropriate for an ordained monk. However, many of the lay followers probably had the same feelings as him. At the time when Buddha, the refugees and the teacher, ceases to exist as a historical person and becomes a trans-historical Dhamma, there are disciples who still cannot give up their love and attachment to Gautama himself. How can such disciples' view of Buddha be led to the Dhamma? As an answer to these questions, the Buddha narrated the Mahasiddhasana Sutta to Ananda. 4. The other world named Ksavati. Buddha reproached Ananda for calling Kshinara a small town on the frontier, because this place was once a city called Ksavati, ruled by King Mahasiddhasana, and was very prosperous. He then tells in detail how prosperous this city used to be. Here we can see that scenery of the city resembles Ksavati of the Pure Land. So the examples I give, and some examples at footnote 8, but it is very long. Mahasiddhasana Sutta Pali text, and next English translation by Professor Rhys Davids. And next, correspond part of the Sanskrit text of the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, and its translation by Professor Gomez. So please skip to page number 6. However, for the king, the splendor of the city, the beauty of the territory, and the abundance of treasures and objects of desire, attachment, and disgust. Therefore, even though he is blessed with the virtues of longevity and good health as a universal monarch, he abandons his life and dies. Then the city of Ksavati, that was the embodiment of the king's virtue, followed him and perished. However, this showed the people the truth of the impermanence of all things and the bliss of Nibbana. Therefore, this place should not be called a small town in the frontier. Rather, it is the most suitable city for the Buddha to enter the Nibbana. In this way, the Buddha superimposed the real world of Kshinara on the distant past of Ksavati and described in detail the prosperity of the past. He also tries to soothe Ananda, who has worried about losing his teacher. In other words, the Mahasiddhasana Sutta is a visual discourse that avoids conceptual explanations so that Ananda and the common people can understand with their sense the significance of Buddha's attainment of Nibbana in this land and the attainment of the eternal Buddhahood. 5. For infinite minds. However, King Mahasiddhasana was a universal monarch, not a Buddha, and his death was not the parinibbana. It is said that king was born as Brahma after his death. This is because the king devoted himself for a long time to practice the meditative absorption of the material sphere and the 4 infinite minds, apamana, in the palace named Dhamma. The 4 infinite mind meditation that infinitely expands the souls of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic, and equanimity towards all sentient beings in all directions and fills the mind without hatred or harm. It was also called dwelling in the abode of Brahma, Brahma Vihara, and was interpreted to mean that if one practiced it, one would be born in the world of Brahma after death. And the expression dwelling in the abode of Brahma or dwelling with Brahma was probably originally used in the sense of approaching liberation or Nibbana, as the ultimate result of the practice of Buddhism. 6. The four infinite minds and extinction of karma. Furthermore, the four infinite minds bring about the extinction of karma. In other words, as a canonical text says, when the mind is filled with infinite compassion for all sentient beings, finite karma does not remain there and does not stay there. As is well known, according to the principle of early Buddhism, good and bad karma always leads to result. To break the chain of karma and its result, transcend transmigration, and attain Nibbana, one must destroy the attachment. However, there are some exceptions. One of them is the practice of the four infinite mind. Before entering the Dhamma Palace, King Mahasiddhasana looked back on his previous life and recognizes that he became universal monarch because of the rewards of his past good karma, such as the making of offerings and observing the precept. However, it is happening based on the law of karma. Therefore, he practices the four infinite mind, destroys his own karma, and transcends the world of transmigration to attain Brahma dwelling. Beyond that, there is attainment of Nibbana. With the death of the king, prosperous city fell into ruin. However, the fact that this place is still the city that leads people to Nibbana is revealed by the fact that Gautama Buddha, after leading many people with his great compassion, is now dying here at Kushinara. In order to make the ordinary people and not yet well-practiced disciples like Ananda to understand the significance of it, Buddha conveyed it visually in the form of the story of the majesty of Ksavati. 7. Conclusion. There is no savior like Amitabha in Ksavati of the Mahasiddhasana Sutta. Although the scenes of Ksavati and Skavati are similar, the images of the king, Mahasiddhasana, and Amitabha Buddha are very different, and Matsumoto's hypothesis that the former transformed into the latter is still unacceptable. However, there are similarities between two texts that go beyond mere description. This is the principle of transcendence of karma and salvation given through the medium of a mystical utopia. The practice of the four infinite minds at Ksavati by King Mahasiddhasana means that there he transcends the karma and samsara. The four infinite minds is a meditation in which one hopes for the salvation of all sentient beings with infinite compassion. Through this meditation, the king's karma is purified and he becomes a Brahma. It implies the path to Nibbana. The scripture returns to the original context of the Mahaparinibbana Sutta by saying that the royal city of Ksavati is a present Kushinara. Ksavati of the Mahasiddhasana Sutta does not have a personal savior. Therefore, there is no idea that by repeatedly chanting the name of the savior, one can obtain the bliss. This text, however, depicts the Buddha's passing away as a revelation of an eternal law of impermanence and bliss through the visual representation of the majesty of Ksavati. It also shows that this ideal world is separated from the distant past, but at the same time, it is the actual place of Kushinara that exists before our eyes. It is not too difficult to find a common ground with the Pureland philosophy, in which the distant other world transcends the concept of time and space to become a place of immediate salvation for people living in the present world. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Mr. Watanabe, you are mute. Please unmute your.
Oh.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you very much to Professor Takami Fukuda for his presentation. We are now approaching the end of the program. We have two more items left on the agenda. First, I would like to invite Mr. Mayank Joshi, Deputy Chief of Mission at Embassy of India, Tokyo, to give the vote of thanks. Following this, we will conclude the entire session with a final Buddhist chanting session by Buddhist Education Center at Otani University. Now I would like to pass over the mic to Mr. Mayank Joshi, our Deputy Chief of Mission. Sir, if you would kindly do the honors.
Thank you, Daichi-san. His Excellency Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Honorable Member of Parliament and President ICCR, His Excellency Ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma, Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, President Otani University, Venerable Dhammapiya, Secretary General International Buddhist Conference, distinguished speakers and participants. Konnichiwa and good evening. I am pleased to get this opportunity to convey a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers, co-organizers, Embassy of India and Otani University. At the outset, thank you all for making this Buddhist conference a successful event. Let me take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to the supporters of today's Buddhist conference, the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and International Buddhist Confederation. We would like to thank His Excellency Shri Vinay Sahasrabudhe, Member of Parliament and President of ICCR, for gracing the occasion and for also his evocative and eloquent address. We also thank Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya and Dr. Christy Chang from the International Buddhist Confederation for their enlightening views. Professor Takumi Fukuda of Doho University, we thank you for enlivening this conference with your presentation on Mahasuddhasana Sutra. We would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation for the support extended by Otani University and their team, including the Buddhist Education Center, for their auspicious chanting. We thank Reverend Professor Yasu Sikigosi, President, Reverend Professor Takami Inui, Reverend Dr. Michael J. Conway from Otani University for presenting before us different facets of Buddhism, which form an integral part in our India-Japan shared historical and cultural heritage. Professor Shobha Rani Dash of Otani University and Professor Siddharth Singh of Vivekananda Cultural Center have tirelessly devoted their effort to put this event together and making it a grand success. Their contribution and ingenuity is commendable. Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan, for your opening remarks and setting the context of the event. Last but not the least, we thank all participants for their precious time during this COVID-19 pandemic times and hope that we all follow the enlightened message of Lord Buddha message to guide us through contemporary challenges. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Mr. Mayank Joshi, Deputy Chief of Mission, thank you for your kind words, sir. Now, finally, I would like to extend an invitation to the Buddhist Education Center at Otani University once again to conduct the special Buddhist chanting to conclude this online conference. I will now invite Dr. Dash again to give a brief explanation about this Buddhist chanting known as Gongyo.
Thank you, Mr. Watanabe. We are going to have an auspicious closing, actually, or I should say a new beginning. We should connect it for the next event and next meeting. But just to give us a few seconds to get the things ready. So in the closing, for the closing ceremony, we have the Buddhist chanting Gongyo. Again, we have three parts. That is Sankhye, the three refuges as we had in the beginning. So Buddhang Saranang Gacchami, Sanghang Saranang Gacchami, and Dhammang Saranang Gacchami. And then next we will have Senseige. It is called Senseige, verses of reformulation and confirmation of the vows. So the Gatha or the verses from the larger Sukhavati Vyuha, in which Dharmakara Bodhisattva, after proclaiming the 48 vows, pronounces them, summarizing into 3 sections. And I'll just read out only the beginning part of that, and the rest of the translation from Professor Luis Gomez is there in the link is provided in the beginning of today's meeting chart. So please download that as per your requirement. O Lord of men, if I should obtain awakening and still not fulfill vows as excellent as these, may I not become one of those best beings who command the 10 powers and deserve incomparable offerings. Thank you so much. So we will now start. Sorry, friends, we had a very little technical problem. And this time, this chanting is going to be chanted by our Buddhist education, members of our Buddhist Education Center and Academic Services Division. And it will be led by Reverend Makoto Ichiraku, Professor, Department of Shin Buddhist Studies, Reverend Masafumi Fujimoto, Associate Professor, Department of Shin Buddhist Studies, and Reverend Makio Ueno, Lecturer, Department of Buddhist Studies, and Reverend Manabu Yamazaki, Section Chief, Library and Museum, and Reverend Mizuki Shinozuka, Academic Services Office. Thank you so much.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam gacchami.
Sanghaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchami.
일심의조도 싱하흐만족 대흐조성악 가오무려고 의이다이세슈 의사이쇼빙의 대흐조성악 가시조분도 여서저지보 의겸이셔머 세흐조성악 이역지쇼냄 여애슈방여 싱음의저도 이셔텐인시 인리기 엔다이고 의셔무사이도 저저상급여 거사이슈야구나 가이히지에게 에시건모아 에서구쇼아구도 쓰다센슈모 어서저만족 이여러지뻐 이징아슈즈키 댕거 엉흥에 이슈가이허저 거세그덕허 여어다이슈즈 제뻐시시그 그여이사이브 그서그슈덕허 간네익스저마 덕의상하여 여브무게지 쓰다미흐셔 강하그에릭 어시사이셔서 싱한약거가 나이생어간도 거그셔템님 더으진명게 아마다부 가세비성 구덕지 슈세무헨여가이시 종약그생엄 저저샤 에세슈조 저히
Thank you to members of Buddhist Education Center at Otani University for conducting the concluding Buddhist chanting. Once again, thank you to all of distinguished speakers, guests, and members of the public who were part of this significant online conference. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor for us to host this online conference on Buddhism. I would like to remind you finally that today's event is a precursor to the first ever Global Buddhist Conference being organized by Government of India in January next year. We would request you to stay posted about these developments, and we will certainly be disseminating information about that in the near future. This concludes our program. So let me once again say thank you to all of you who have participated in today's online Buddhist conference. Good evening.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.